Mr. Moore, you'll give me the signal when to go.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take down this placard and then we'll do about 15 seconds. I just want to make sure that people who are waiting for the YouTube feed to show up have a chance to join.
Sure.
Whoops. Yes, ma'am. I'll take down this placard. I think I have sound on in the background. There we go. So we'll start in about 15 seconds. And about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this special school board meeting and public hearing and adoption for the 2021 tentative budget and millage. This meeting will come to order. The date is Tuesday, July 28th, 2020. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So move.
Been moved by Mr. Hyatt,
Second.
seconded by Dr. McNeely. Any discussion on the agenda? All in favor then?
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. The first item on the agenda is the public hearing. This is the opportunity for the public to present testimony on this issue. It is requested that speakers keep their comments to about 3 minutes. The hearing has been scheduled for 5:30 to consider the 2021 annual budget. The first item is the adoption of Resolution 2101, and that I'll turn that over to Mr. Rella.
Thank you, Chairman Roy, and welcome to the public hearing of the adoption of the budget. I just want to make sure visually, I can't see this on my screen, but everyone can see the presentation well. Okay. So yes, thank you, Chairman Roy, board members. Obviously, we are in the middle of the budget adoption process. We've obviously had several meetings up to this. The most recent meeting was last Tuesday, where we asked the board to approve the budget and millage for advertisement. Subsequent that meeting this past Saturday, we published our budget in the Gainesville Sun. And today we're going to ask the board to tentatively adopt the budget. There will be a final adoption, which will take place on September 15th. It just wanted to provide some information to the public and the board. Obviously, we do have a brief presentation here. There's an executive summary budget, which has been prepared and delivered to the board last week for, digitally, and then we had copies printed. In addition to that, it is available online. If you go to the school board website, there's a little $sign, and that'll shoot you out to our fiscal transparency website. There's a great deal of information on that website, including everything you're going to see here today and the executive summary budget. We did make some changes to the executive summary budget. I received some feedback from board member Certain. I think she had touched base with another county, Hillsborough, that had a really good presentation in terms of what they provide to their public. So I kind of used that as a model, and then I added some additional stuff, but I incorporated what they had and added some additional stuff. On top of it is it's extremely thorough. It includes everything that I think the public or the board would need to see in terms of preparation of the budget and comfort with the budget. So that is available online. Obviously, I recognize that tonight is a public hearing for the adoption of the budget. However, I know there's a lot of other items, specifically the board's digital learning plan, that are more important. I'll try to make this, or not more important, but we do have a ton of folks interested in that, and people that want to be able to have their voices heard, as Brian mentioned. So I'll try to be respectful of that and go through this as quickly as I can. If there's any questions along the way, I did include some additional slides that I sent to the board, I think yesterday afternoon. So some stuff that is pertinent to tonight's discussion after this agenda item. I just quickly want to remind the board chair and the board the format. I'll do a quick presentation. At that point, after my presentation and any questions from board members, I'll turn the meeting back over to you, Chairman Roy, and then we'll do citizen input. And then once that piece is done, we'll come back and we'll read the resolutions and vote.
Very good. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I can interrupt Mr. Rolla before, so we're asking callers, if they're calling about the budget, to please use the 955-7613 number at this time, so that we can sort who's calling about what. There might be people calling to queue in for the later topics. If they could use the 7544 number, 955-7544, that way we won't be randomly pulling people in that are actually calling to talk about a different topic. So if they're calling about the budget, it's 955-7613.
Okay.
Thank you. So we always start these meetings with a definition of the rollback rate. This is going to be covered by each millage rate over the next few slides, but essentially the rollback millage rate is a computed millage rate that, when applied to the new tax roll, generates the same revenues as the prior year. At this point, we'll summarize our millage rates individually and then in total, and then get into some additional budget information. So the required local effort is our first millage. It's required for us to participate in the Florida Educational Finance Program, which provides $146 million to the district for operations. This millage rate is set by the state. We don't have a whole lot of say, or any say, I should say. The required local effort for last year, we levied the required 3.8960 mills, which generated $66.98 million. To generate the same amount of funds, the rollback millage rate is 3.766 mills. And for this year, we're recommending the required 3.667 mills, which will generate $66.26 million. The discretionary operating millage is required for us to receive over 4.2 million in district compression funds. It is discretionary this year. Last year, we levied the required 0.748 mills, which generated $12.86 million. To generate the same amount of funds, the rollback millage rate is 0.7232. And this year, again, we will be recommending the full 0.748 mills, which will generate $13.51 million. The capital outlay millage, obviously this funds in part our facilities and maintenance efforts for all of our buildings. And, obviously in addition to this, we have the sales tax. So for last year, we levied the maximum 1.5 mills, which generated $25.79 million. To generate the same amount of funds, the rollback millage rate is 1.4502 mills. And this year, again, we're recommending the maximum 1.5 mills, which will generate $27.1 million. The voter approved operating, this is our 1 mill. We're all very familiar with this. It funds our art, music, library, guidance counselors, band, chorus, magnet, technology. I think that's all of them. But obviously, an extremely important part of our operation, allows us to maintain some of these incredibly important and impactful programs where other districts have not. So we certainly appreciate the support that we've received locally from our voters, and hope that continues. Last year, we levied the required or referendum millage rate of 1.0 mills, which generated $17.19 million. To generate the same amount of funds, the rollback millage rate is 0.9668 mils. And again, this year, of course, we're recommending the full 1.0 mils, which will generate $18.07 million. The combined required local effort, discretionary operating, capital outlay, voter approved operating millage. Last year, we levied 0.71440 mils, which generated $122.82 million. To generate the same amount of funds, the rollback millage rate is 6.9068 mils. And for this year, we're recommending the combined millage rate of 6.915 mils, which will generate $124.94 million. So just wanted to look briefly at our budgeted tax revenues, and then of course the state contribution that goes on top of that. As you can see, just looking at our millage recap, the only millage rate we are recommending any adjustment to is the required local effort. Again, that's set by the state. We don't have control over that. And that millage rate is going down 0.229 mils. And you can see to the right of the millage rates, you can see the estimated total local tax revenue of $119 million. And then, of course, the far right column is the state contribution in FEFP, and also for the compression funding. So overall, funding locally, $119 million and $146 million from the state.
Mr. Rella, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Or would you rather me wait to the end?
Oh, we can. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I was wondering, I was looking on page 2 where you had the required local effort, the little bar graph. The amounts on the bar graphs aren't the same as what's in like on page 7 there, or at least the copy I have. I don't know if it changed. And
Right. So, and I should have mentioned that. So the required local effort, when you look at the rollback rates, they are based on 100% of anticipated tax receipts. And as you know, we budget in terms of our budget, we budget at 96%, which is required by law. So when you look at those required local effort and rollback rates, just understand that they are based on 100% of tax receipts versus what we actually budget, which is on this slide, which is at 96%.
okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. We do always like to go through this piece. It's kind of an explanation. Of course, you know, when we talk about millage rates, for a lot of people, they look at it once a year when they get their notice from the property tax appraiser. So it's difficult to have perspective on what the impact would be on or will be on the individual taxpayers. So we always like to give an example. For this example, and for all homes, we have the Save Our Homes homestead exemption, which basically caps the increase of the taxable value of your home, assuming there's no adjustments or any kind of additions or anything that would trigger a reassessment. It's capped, the increase year by year is capped 3% or by the CPI, whichever is less. So for this year, for 2020, the CPI is 2.3%. So the maximum increase you will see in terms of your assessed value will also increase 2.3%. So in this example, we've got a home that last year had a value of $125,000 with had an assessed value of $125,000 with an exemption of $25,000. So the total taxable value was $100,000. And then we increased the assessed value 2.3%. So it goes up to $127,875. Again, applying the homestead exemption, and that increases the tax value from $100,000 to $102,875. And on this slide, we're basically applying the millage rate. So if you take our combined millage rates from last year applied to the old tax value of $100,000, in this example, this homeowner would have paid $714.40. With the new recommended millage rates of 6.915 mils, the taxable value went up $2,875, but when applied to the new millage rate, which is less, there's actually less funds going from our local property owners in this scenario, and of course many others. So in this example, it goes from 714 to 711. It's an actual reduction in cost of the school board of a little over $3.
George, I'm in a meeting.
Another example we like to go through, and this, I mean, kind of summarizes in my mind in a lot of ways, and of course it's easy to oversimplify it, but it kind of summarizes, you know, kind of some of our funding constraints and kind of what has led us to where we are. You know, we get squeezed, it feels like a little bit every year from different angles, and budget pressure and rate pressure on insurance, et cetera. But basically this example, you know, you purchased a $125,000 house in 1997-98, less a homestead exemption, you would have paid in taxes for that year $1,218. And then it kind of takes that property value through the years, assuming you're maintaining your homestead exemption. I did want to point out in the 2009-10 year, that was the year that we added the 1 mil for the first time. So obviously you saw a jump that year. But then as you go through the years, you can see our total combined millage rate has really fallen off the graph and decreased, which has impacted us operationally. So when you look at it from, you know, a taxpayer perspective, you bought a house for $125,000. It's now based on CPI and Save Our Homes increased almost to $200,000. Yet you're actually paying less taxes for the 2021 year than you did in 1997-98, and that's kind of indicative of the investment. You know, the investment that we're making locally, and of course there's state funds that, you know, come into play here. But I think in general terms, this is pretty eye-opening for a lot of people when they see these tax rates specifically applied to our tax roll. So I did send some additional slides from the deck to the board last night. So we did want to talk, or yesterday afternoon, we did want to talk a little bit about the executive order. Obviously, this is on the agenda later in the meeting, but I did want to talk about at least the budgetary impacts and the budgetary side of what we kind of do going forward. And just to explain to the board and the public, in terms of FTE, obviously that's our students. That's how we count and quantify our students. That's also how we get funding. So historically, we've essentially had two different kinds of FTE. You've got your traditional brick and mortar, which has obviously been our bread and butter since 1901. We're all familiar with that. That's, when you go to school and you're in there all day. The other option is Florida Virtual School, or RE School. So basically, it's a digital learn at your own pace school. It's not brick and mortar, so it's significantly less expensive for us to educate those kids. There's no supplies. There's no brick and mortar building to maintain. There's higher class sizes. There's no electricity. So, and costs for computers, et cetera. I could keep going, but you get the point. It's essentially a less expensive delivery model for education. For that purpose, the DOE reimburses us on a reduced amount, around $5,200 per student, plus some additions to for categorical programs. I want to give you a little bit of perspective because what this executive order in essence did from strictly an FTE and finance kind of perspective is it created a new model of delivery, a new way to fund publicly K-12 education. And what that was the innovative learning plan. In our district, we call it the Digital Academy. Every district has a different name, but it allows us, and more specifically allows our students to work at home, synchronously, asynchronously, but going through the school day just like they would normally. And we're going to talk about that at length. And I probably should stop before I say something wrong. But the point is, this delivery model, at least for this year under this executive order, allows us to work and have our students work from home, yet maintain our funding. And that's obviously a really, really big piece in all this because the virtual education, as I mentioned earlier, is funded at $2,000 less a kid. You know, we've got 30,000 kids. You start running those numbers, it gets a little bit eye-opening, terrifying, whatever word you want to use. Another thing this executive order did was allows us to maintain our funding based on our projection from this year. So obviously we go through the budget building process, the legislature does. It's actually just starting this week with revenue estimating conferences. They also estimate a number of students. And as we go through the year, and you know, if we add students or we have less students than anticipate, they adjust our funding accordingly. That's more important this coming year than any other that I can remember or I was involved with. The reasons are very obvious with what we're dealing with. There's a great concern at the district level of losing kids, and what does that mean? Obviously, we want to continue to provide these educational services, but you know, losing FT and losing students does have a significant financial impact. So the fact that this executive order waives that is huge. So that's another huge piece. It also waives the strict compliance with Section 103 and 111 state statute, which requires 180 days of instruction or an hourly equivalent of 1,500 hours a week. So kind of what that means, the strict compliance, we're told, is really directed at not necessarily how many days we plan on being in school, because we're going to submit a plan that includes 180 days because that's required in statute. When they say they're waiving strict compliance, they're addressing certain scenarios that could come up this year where you have a school, maybe we have to shut down for a week or a week 2 times. So you're losing essentially 10 days of instruction at that point. Typically, we would have to make those days up or we would lose funding. So what this executive order does is allow us to continue operating. They understand we're going to have blips as we go along. There's going to be disruption, but they're not going to necessarily hold us financially accountable for that. We've got a plan. We've got the Digital Academy and eSchool, and this essentially gives us a lot of flexibility on that. It also requires us to provide a full panoply of services to our students, ESC, et cetera. It does require, and this is obviously the big one that's been a topic of discussion a lot, is it requires us to open brick and mortar at all schools 5 days a week, subject to the advice of the local or state health departments. So I know a lot of people are looking at Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach. Those are the 3 school districts that are not opening digitally, or I'm sorry, I should say opening brick and mortar in August as required, but they've been advised not to by their local health department. So they're kind of exempt. They're still in, phase 1. We're in phase 2, barely, but we're in phase 2. So that's kind of, an important piece that's been discussed a lot. And we are not required to submit a plan, as we know, but if we don't submit a plan, we are not going to benefit from any of the waivers. We just mentioned, and we'll talk in a second about what that looks like financially. Obviously, if we do not submit a plan, we're not going to be able to get funding fully for our Digital Academy students. That's probably the biggest concern we have at this point. Those financial impacts are significant. As I mentioned, operating as a virtual district is a different cost structure than operation as a brick and mortar and Digital Academy. So our anticipation is, if we did not submit a plan that includes all the waivers listed above, and we did the Digital Academy, which allowed students to work from home, we think that they would treat those kids as the virtual school or eSchool students. And that has a lot of impacts. Obviously, financially, that changes our model completely because those kids are funded, much, much less than our regular FTE students or brick and mortar Digital Academy would be. So just looking at that briefly, this is kind of a summary, and the board's probably seen this a million times, but this is just kind of summarize our funding model that we get from the FEFP. We get it 4 times a year. What this is doing or attempting to do is compare our current budget version, which is Calc 2, we received on July 19th to, if we were to be a virtual district. Obviously, the base student funding, the school tax value, the required local effort, none of that stuff changes. Where we see the impacts are in some of our categoricals. So the base funding, you can see would not change. And basically, this is just showing you the difference between our current budget, which is Calc 2 versus the virtual. And any differences are going to be over on the right. So you can see if you're, a true virtual district, you don't get digital classrooms, you don't get safe schools. We wouldn't have school students at the school, so we wouldn't have SRO contracts, we wouldn't have funding. They do not provide mental health services for virtual districts, no supplemental academic instruction, no ESE, no DJJ, student transportation. We wouldn't be transporting students at that point. No teacher lead, because those are really classroom supplies. So you can see just on the kind of the base FEFP funding, we would see in this, and I should mention this is for an entire year. So this would be, basically them when they recalculated our budget, if we did go virtual, this is kind of what I would anticipate it would look like. So a reduction in our FEFP, base FEFP of $28 million. In addition to that, we would lose our class size allocation. That's allocations designed to assist schools that are brick and mortar. It's designed at class size. If we're a virtual district, class size does not apply. So that's another 31. So when you look at it for the year, we would be potentially looking at almost a $60 million reduction in revenues.
Alex,
Which is a little over $2,000 a student.
Alex,
Yes, sir.
and this is the best case scenario.
Well, I mean, there's
It could be
obviously a lot.
nothing.
There's obviously a lot of uncertainty. They could nullify all our FT from the Digital Academy, since there's really no provision, absent a plan. There's really no provision that allows the district to have such a learning environment. So they could nullify it. I think they would show some grace and at least allow us to get some virtual FT for that. Some
If they did that, they might make it 70%, like with our e-school. There's a lot. Like I said, this is the best scenario. It could go down like the e-school. It could go down further. There's
Right.
nothing saying that they'd give us any money unless we have the 5 days of brick and mortar at this time.
Madam
Nope.
Chair, if I may, one piece in here that's important to note. Districts are only funded on their virtual schools by course completions.
Mhm.
So if for whatever reason a student does not pass the course, there is zero funding for that. So even though we've paid the teacher, we've paid the curriculum fees and whatnot. And so even in a scenario like Florida Virtual School that has thousands of students go through their virtual program, they don't have 100% completion. So Alex's figures appear that they're assuming 100% completion. We have a fairly high completion rate each year, even higher than Florida Virtual Schools, but it's not 100%. So this would probably, as Dr. Paulson said, best case scenario without knowing what exact completions would be.
Because one thing, Broward County and Dade don't know what's going to happen to them. There should be some clarification on that coming up. But they're already saying what they're going to do, but they don't have any idea what's going to happen to them, do they yet?
Well, they're having very similar discussions. Obviously, they're going to be a virtual district in a lot of respects. I think the exemption from having the 5 days brick and mortar helps them, but still they have the employee situation, which we'll talk about in a second, that they're going to have to deal with.
Do they get that because of the level of their virus?
Right. So they're still in level 1. So I don't know. I'm not sure if it's their county. It could be something that was done at the state level, where the State Department of Health said, you're still in stage 1. You should not open. At this point, we're in stage 2, and we do not have such a recommendation from the state level or our local county health department.
All right. And then
So
there's this FEA, and nobody knows, because I've called FEA and they can't tell me. I want to know what's your goal here. They don't know. I've called twice in the last 5 days. Anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out.
Mr. Earl, I have a question for you or Superintendent Clark. I'm not sure, since you mentioned stage 1 and we're in stage 2, would you all share that info with us for the different levels for phase 1 reopening and when us county is in stage 2? Because I've heard lots of talk, but I haven't seen that. I've heard if we have a community spread rate of positivity of 10% or higher, and how that rate is calculated. I think that would be good for us to know. And I was wondering, that was one question I had, one request, and I don't expect you to have it like right at this minute, you might. And then the other, I was wondering, when you did the comparison here, I was wondering why you did 100% virtual when the surveys have gone out to parents and they've made their choices. Why was this comparison, like it was an all or nothing? It seems like done here, where it wasn't, where we have parents who've chosen the brick and mortar, as well as some parents, a good number of parents have chosen e-school, and some have chosen the digital learning. Is there a reason why you didn't do kind of a hybrid type to see where we are now and what the implications of those choices are on us right now based on the information you have?
Right. So thank you for bringing that up. Let me clarify that. So this scenario assumes that we do not submit any plan. We continue with what we've discussed, and we do a digital academy and virtual school and no brick and mortar. So this would be absent a plan. I know a lot of people have discussed not having school the first 9 weeks. So this is kind of that scenario. If that happens. And in that scenario, since, as I mentioned before, since we do not have a plan that's been approved by the DOE, there's really no method or no ability to receive full funding for those digital academy kids. And that's really the importance of the plan, is to allow us to retain the funding, allow us to retain employment of our personnel, and continue to provide the educational product.
Mr. Rella.
Yes, Mr. Hyatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for Ms. Mickens, and I was wondering if we can interpret tweets from Governor DeSantis or answers he gives in press conferences as policy superseding Executive Order 2020 EO06. Is there anything the governor has done at a press conference or by tweeting that would somehow affect this executive order?
So I'll also defer to Mr. Moore on this, but no, the executive orders are what governs what the school district has to do, just like the most recent one that said the brick and mortar. Does that answer your question? So any kind of tweets or anything, the executive orders are the law. Does that?
Well, yes, because it seems that does answer my question, but it seems in listening to the governor that he'll throw out some sort of a bone at the end of a press conference, and like saying, well, school districts can do what they want. I'm paraphrasing, but there's never been anything to back that up that I can see. I just wanted to confirm that we can't interpret that as a way around the executive order. Would you agree with that?
Right. So the school district is bound by any of the executive orders that come out, not necessarily anything from Twitter or even anything that Governor DeSantis said at press conferences. We have to go by the executive orders.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Mickens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So just for some perspective, obviously $60 million is an incredible sum in terms of this being a viable option. So essentially, if we went the first 9 weeks, they counted those as virtual FTE. With the way FTE work, you basically, if you're a full-time student, the first semester is a 0.5 FTE, second semester is a 0.5 FTE, making a total. So depending on how they handle those FTEs in the first 9 weeks, when they count the kids in October, we could potentially see somewhere in the range of a $30 million reduction right then. and we count the kids in October. We usually receive our updated financial model from the DOE, usually like the day before Christmas break. And when you look at the overall dollar amount, our fund balance is around 30 million. Our reduction is around 30 million. So I would anticipate at that point, you know, from a liquidity standpoint, obviously we can't use sales tax money to pay our employees, capital outlay, or any other kind of funding source. We have to use our general operations. And when you pull out 30 million that we've got covered in the fund balance, it's going to be really difficult to make payroll at that point. So I just wanted to point out that information to the board, so they're kind of thinking in the back of their mind, like, how do we, you know, if we did get that direction, how do we survive that, or how do we continue to operate? And I think it would obviously be very difficult to do that.
Alex, could you make a statement about jobs?
So I'm actually, Dr. Paul's going to cover that on the next slide.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions on this piece?
No, excellent. I mean, it's
Alex,
terrible.
just one thing. On the draft plan that we're presenting, one of the assurances has to be that we are opening 5 days of brick and mortar. And I don't see this plan being approved by the governor if we haven't checked every box. And we couldn't check that box if we decide not to open brick and mortar. So I don't see him even accepting the draft plan. That's all.
No, they're very, very clear, and we've gone through the executive order, broke it down in sections, and, you know, talked with our legal folks and CFOs in my position around the state, and kind of talked about what are the impacts of this. And that's the one thing that's extremely clear. It's not opaque, vague in any way, shape, or form. In order to participate and get funding for our digital academy, we must have brick and mortar at every school 5 days a week, starting at August 30th at the latest.
That's why I said this is the best case scenario. It could be a lot worse.
Right.
Alex,
Yes, ma'am.
so
Yes.
you're stating that in order for us, I know the funding is important to all of us, but you're stating that if we do not open as the governor expects or requested, then there is no way to have the digital academy. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So the digital academy is made available for districts that submit an innovative learning plan. The innovative learning plan has to include 5 days brick and mortar. So the two are kind of mutually exclusive. We could certainly submit it with no brick and mortar. It's going to be instantly denied because that's really spelled out extremely clearly in the executive order, and all the feedback. It's in the assurances, as board member Roy mentioned. So it's not really unclear. It's very specific and spelled out.
So I guess when we go into our board meeting and we're talking about the different options, and we are already saying the amount of money that would be not funded. And I guess this is not the right time to bring that up, but to wait until we actually get into the board meeting. Is that right, Madam Chair?
I guess so. Just Mr. Rella showing the financial input pact, but we could certainly consider what he said in the regular board meeting.
Right. And if you have curriculum questions, I'm familiar, but certainly not the expert on that. So, and I'll be there during obviously the full meeting. So if there's any questions that kind of come up during that meeting, if, you know, just depending on the discussion, obviously be happy to answer those at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Rella.
I'm sorry.
Alice, the impact it could have on jobs?
Right. I was going to wait to see if there are any more
You
questions.
said the next slide. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You did say that. I apologize.
I guess, like, for me, the only question I had, which I expressed it earlier, is that there's like this all or nothing type thing. And it seems that we're overreacting or we're over projecting as if we're not going to have brick and mortar. I think what we are hearing from the constituents is not they don't want brick and mortar, they want brick and mortar in a safe way where teachers and students and staff are not getting ill. So we can open up, and if you have have the assurance that you've made that, yeah, we're going to open up and offer brick and mortar 5 days a week. I think what the public wants is the assurance of that the district is going to do all that it can to provide a safe working environment. And a safe environment for students. And we're saying, oh, we can do that, but space, we can't have less than 50 kids on a bus because we don't have the number of buses to run routes. So I think let's not like kind of minimize that. I understand the financial constraints, but let us not like get to the point that jobs and money, it seems that we're putting a price tag on that at the expense of someone's health and safety or their life, you know. But,
Well, if you look at the buses though, and if we have enough people in digital academy, you're going to reduce that 50 down to around 30 to 35. And you'll see that later.
I didn't hear what you said, Dr.
All
Paul.
right, if you read enough kids take the digital academy, that's going to reduce, say we have 9,000 bus riders. Isn't that what we had, Alex? You take 9,000 and you have 40%, you'd be down around, you know, might be around close to 4,000 riders. Take that, and I took it with 150 buses. We have 162. You'd be in the low to middle 30s. So that's something I thought I'd point out. But still, you know, there's a lot of things we have to look at right here. And nobody's saying we don't want to. We want to make the safest thing we can. So we'll look at things like that. But I think that, you know, I don't think you can take the bus riding when they gave us with I think that was with 9,000 students. Maybe I'm wrong, Alex. Tell me if I am. But I think it would be reduced if we have enough kids in the digital academy.
Right, Madam Chair, if I may, I asked Mr. Rella to pull this together in this format because we have received a lot of emails and I've had some conversations with each of you about, you know, what would the feasibility be about only going digital for the first 9 weeks and what does that look like? So we've heard a lot of community members and teachers and parents, you know, provide feedback on that. And so I wanted to make sure that this information was provided to you all as you make those decisions, because no, we never want to put a price tag on someone's life or health and safety. But I also want us to be everyone to have, you know, good information in front of them as decisions are made going forward. So that was the goal of this piece, because we have had a number of community members and parents and teachers express that as their desire. So that was the goal of this information.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Go ahead, Mr. Rella.
So the other big piece that we've looked at, and I think we talked a little bit about this in our last meeting, is the impact on our employees. And this is something that definitely weighs heavily with any decision that the board makes. They need to obviously keep in mind the welfare of our employees, et cetera, not just health, but financial and employment and health insurance and all this stuff. That's really important. So basically on this slide, and we talked about this, I think last week, or it might've been the week before that. All the meetings are kind of running together a little bit, but in section 1011.6, Florida statute minimum requirements to participate in the Florida Education Finance Program, subsection C, no salary payment shall be made to any employee in advance of services rendered. And that's when, if you remember, we looked at our payroll calendar, we tried to make adjustments to make sure with that August 24th start, we can still pay our employees in a reasonable amount of time. And I think we really did accomplish that. And we're looking at additional solutions to pay those employees for training on the normal payday and stuff like that. And we'll bring that back to the board once we have that information. But it's important to remember, you know, specifically on a lot of our support positions, and this is by no means a complete list. If you're a student support or services type position, and there's no students, there's no work. And that presents a significant hardship on our employees, because as you can see in 1011, we cannot pay them to not work. I know a lot of people reference the spring, and of course, in that situation, it was completely different. We had a shutdown, an executive order that was issued by the governor. The governor said, we're going to keep your money the same, but you have to pay your employees. Of course, we were extremely happy to do that and send everyone home and kind of stop that initial wave. But that executive order has expired, and we are no longer allowed to pay employees to not work. So I know I was actually reading an article today in preparation for this meeting, and Broward County just laid off over 1,200 teachers and support staff. So when you look at this list, and they also did additional furloughs for all employees. So those are the kind of decisions, since they are going virtual, and they are not having the student services like your bus aides, bus drivers, EDP, and stuff like that. Those things kind of come into play. And the reality is there's some of these employees that we wouldn't need. We all remember this summer when we had, when we shut down, we still use our drivers and aides to deliver food, to do Wi-Fi. We had paraprofessionals on buses. We had food and nutrition operating at around half staff. So I think we could find some work for these folks to do, but it's by no means going to be their normal pay that they're used to or accustomed to. So that's something else. I mean, obviously it's 1,100 employees. Trust me, if we got to this situation, there would be a lot more employees on this list. We'd have to look top to bottom, organizationally, administrators, professional, technical, everything. This was just a list specifically for student support, 1,100 employees that we would really have to look closely at. And I just wanted to present this along with obviously the financial impact to the district. There is an economic impact to our employees. So I wanted to make sure the board was really clear on that.
Mhm.
All right, there any additional questions on the presentation before we move to citizen input? All right, at this time, Chairman Roy, I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, Mr. Moore, do we have anyone? Thank you, Mr. Rella. Very good presentation. Thank you. Mr. Moore, do we have anyone waiting to speak?
He's checking.
I see. Thank you.
Sorry. We have not had any callers, and we do have somebody downstairs, but they're here for the action item number 2. So.
Okay. Mr. Rella, I guess you can just read the recommendation and we can make a motion to approve.
Thank you. So first resolution is for the millage. This is resolution number 21-01. The school board, the superintendent recommends the school board approve the tentative millages for the 2020-21 school year as presented.
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Paulson,
Second.
seconded by, I don't know, it was Ms. Certain, I guess, first. And any discussion from the board on this? I don't think we heard any, but all right, all in favor then?
Aye.
Madam Chair, if I can, I'm being told I do have a caller.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to interrupt the vote before and let the person speak. I haven't had them entered into the meeting yet, but Dee Dee did inform me, and she's the one manning the 7613 number.
Let's hear
So
it.
we've had the motion and the second. We haven't voted yet. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Okay, as soon as I get the caller, I'll bring that person in. Just lots of numbers to dial. So.
Mhm.
No, apparently the caller has decided they don't wish to speak on the budget. I'm sorry.
Okay, all in favor then?
Aye.
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 Opposed? And hearing none, the motion passes 5-0. So we'll go on to the second part of the public hearing, Mr. Rella, the adoption.
Thank you, Chairman Roy. Resolution number 21-02. The superintendent recommends that the school board approve the tentative budget for the 2020-21 fiscal year as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by moved by Dr. Paulson, seconded by Mr. Hyatt. Board discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much, Mr. Rella. That was excellent. All right, since the budget has been approved, was there anything else, Mr. Rella?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, we will go on to action item, and we'll start with the administrative appointment, Mrs. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, this evening I'm bringing to you my recommendation for the new principal of Lake Forest Elementary School, Dr. Beth LeClaire, and she is on the call this evening and will pop up here in just a moment. Dr. Beth LeClaire came to Alachua County Public Schools in 1997 as assistant principal of Hawthorne Middle High School. She then became assistant principal at Westwood Middle School in 2000, where she stayed until 2006, when she was appointed as principal of Terwilliger Elementary School. In 2009, she was appointed as principal of Rawlings Elementary School, where she led the turnaround efforts at the school and raised the school grade from F to C. She was then appointed as principal at Santa Fe High School in 2012, where she has served for the past 8 years. During her tenure, Santa Fe has received state recognition for being in the top 10% of reading improvement and in the top 20% of the state in science improvement. And the on-time graduation rates have increased during her tenure from 75% to 95% in 2019. Madam Chair, I recommend the appointment of Dr. Beth LeClaire as principal of Lake Forest Elementary School, effective July 29th, 2020.
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Paulson,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Hyatt. Any discussion from the board?
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, Dr. Paulson.
In my previous life as president of ACA for 13 years, 12.7, excuse me. When I heard Dr. LeClaire was appointed to this job, and it's not like I'm her best friend or anything, but I think she's great, a great appointment for this job, Ms. Superintendent. I thought, I think she's the right person for the right time for this job. And that's just because I've dealt with about every principal in the district. Right.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson.
I would like to say something. I am hoping, this is Tina Certain, and there I would say I've spoken with her privately already, but I will say publicly, I'm hoping this is the start of, this is the stop of the carousel of administrators appointed to Lake Forest. They've had the unfortunate position of having a turnover in leadership for a number of years, and I think it's one of the schools in our district that should make everyone associated with this district, I want to say cringe in a sense when we look at it historically, and from this point on, we should all make a commitment to do everything within our might to ensure their success, not with lip service, but with actions. I think we have talked a good game, and I'm hoping at this point we have a leader there, and I think by her past record of what she's done at previous schools, I think she could be successful with the right supports. I felt the same way with Ms. Hutchison with the work that she did at Lake Forest, and it's unfortunate that that ended as it has, and we've had some interim things going on in there, but I'm hoping for Lake Forest and for the parents and the students that are there, that the stability and leadership will now be there, and that they will also have stability in their teaching staff, and that they would have the support from the district again and from the community, and that we can just really wrap our arms around them, because those students that are there, they may live in a zip code that's economically depressed, and that would, on paper, it says that much is not expected of them, but those children have the capability to learn and exceed and to do great things in their life. And I think they're well deserving of a good public school education, and not for folks to just go and earn a salary. I've said that before. And that's not a slight on anyone. I think that anybody who works and they serve students that live in poverty should not feel sorry for those students, but should bring their very best, and not just be enriched and kind of speak with derision of them, because I've kind of heard that at times. So I'm looking forward to this being a new beginning for Lake Forest. And I promised Ms. LeClaire when I spoke to her privately that I would do everything within my power, as a board member and as well as a citizen of Alachua County to support her efforts and the efforts of the teachers that have been coming before this board the past couple of meetings and have pledged their dedication to those students there. I pledged to her as well as to those teachers that I'll do what I can to support them. So I wish you well, Ms. LeClaire, and this will be the last time that we speak about it, I'm sure.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Certain, and go ahead, Dr. McNeely.
Thank you so much. I too have spoken privately with Dr. LeClaire. She knows the expectations I have of her. I truly am, I hesitate to say anymore. I have spoken to the superintendent about her position, what I would have much preferred, but inasmuch that Dr. LeClaire has agreed, I stand with her 100%. I am thrilled for the staff that she has inherited. I'm thrilled even more so. And when I say the staff, I was talking in conjunction with front office staff, all of the people that have to meet and greet parents. But when I look at the instructional staff, as well as the education support professionals, I am happy for them because of the instability that has occurred at Lake Forest. And now we are mandating stability because of who's being appointed in the next few minutes. I expect everything other than just her body, but I expect everything to be done in order for the children, for the parents, for both staff, ESPs, as well as instructional. I have said to her, I commit to whatever is needed, and I mean this, whatever is needed, I want that to occur at that school. Everyone knows that we've had some instability in the past couple of years because of the administrator who is no longer there, the one that was hired 6 months ago and is no longer there. And I could go on and on. We never really talk about schools in the district in which we have been elected because we are cognizant that all of the schools are ours. And that's the way we look at it as individual board members. But because I serve District 4, and because this school is located in that district, I stand here to tell you, sit here to tell you tonight that the expectations are great. I know she will deliver as she has delivered in all of her other positions. But I wanted the public to know that I'm ready to work with Dr. LeClaire, the superintendent, the state that will continue to come in and monitor, and I want everything to be exact. I'm happy for you, Dr. LeClaire.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. I think we all feel the same way. At least I do. I'm sure we
Madam
do.
Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr.
I
Meyer.
just wanted to say that I so appreciate Dr. LeClaire taking the leadership, and I know that there will be an esprit de corps at Lake Forest, and we don't have to wonder what she's going to do because we have a history of what she's done. And you can always, of course, being a former band director, Dr. LeClaire will have to be successful because that's what band directors do. But I wanted to say that also what she did at Santa Fe it was thinking outside the box and finding solutions to improve academic outcomes for students. I know she's going to continue that. I'm very happy she decided to take on this challenge, and I'm sure that she will have every bit of support from the district and the board that is needed. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Well, welcome, Dr. Leclerc. We're really, really happy that you're doing this. We
This
have
is-
a motion and a second.
Vote.
All in favor then of this appointment?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes 5-0.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer congratulations to Dr. Leclerc and ask her to jump on camera there and say a few words if she would like. I'm putting her on the spot.
Well, I've unmuted, but someone turned, oh, there's my video. Here I am. First of all, I'm so excited. And I do want to thank Superintendent Clark for giving me this opportunity. I really actually don't consider it as a challenge as much as a great opportunity. So I've actually visited Lake Forest, very impressive. I've already had a faculty meeting with the entire staff and just very open, and we are ready to serve our children. So thank you all so much for believing in me. And I know I have your support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Leclerc. All right, welcome to the district. So in your new position. We'll go on to Mrs. Clark now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this evening, when this meeting was originally scheduled for the public hearing on the budget, several weeks ago, we added the optional innovative plan to this agenda. This is not meant to be the full district reopening plan by any means. I know we've had some traffic and feedback questioning why certain things were not in this document. This is simply the document that we have to submit to the Department of Education by the 31st, which our intent was upon approval to submit that tomorrow morning, if the board approves this. But as was touched on briefly in Alex's budget discussion, in order for us to even have this as an option for our families, we have to be able to approve this plan. This does not dictate anything else that the board would decide or vote on at a later date. Obviously a lot can happen in 4 weeks, and we don't know what the spread of the virus will do during that 4 weeks, what conditions will look like in our community at that time. But we're on this particular deadline for this reopening plan. This will give us the flexibility that we need to offer this plan, whether we reopen with some brick and mortar, some in the digital academy, some in eSchool, or in the event that we do have to have some sort of a shutdown, either building wide, like at a school site, or even district wide, students would be able to move directly into that digital academy and use that as an option, and teachers would still be able to teach our students virtually during any kind of a shutdown, if it's a 14-day isolation or quarantine type situation, or if it's even longer, depending on conditions. So I think that's an important distinction to make. We've been working on a full reopening plan with some very specific details and are in the final steps of that, and editing that as we speak. But this is just one piece of this. So the template that was attached to the backup is the state template of the optional innovative reopening plan. And I have Ms. Wise on the line and Ms. Kidwell's on the line, because there are some assurances that have to be made, and those were referenced a few moments ago, assurances that have to be made in regards to student participation and things that we're assuring as the district. One of those assurances talks about tiered support and the district working with IEP teams. And that's just a piece of it, but I wanted to call on Ms. Kidwell first before Ms. Wise. She had a statement that she wanted to make this evening, but she's also on here for any questions in regards to those assurances. So Ms. Kidwell, there you are.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So before we go on and talk about assurances for students with disabilities, I did want to take this opportunity, and I appreciate Superintendent Clark for providing it, to offer an apology for my choice of wording that was used during the July 15th meeting. And at that time, I did use the word or term handicapped in reference to students with disabilities. Now, this term is outdated and was used at one time, is no longer, and it has negative connotations, and that makes it inappropriate, excuse me, for use at any time in this day and age. So I wanted to state that. I felt that was the appropriate thing to do, and I thank you for the time, this packed meeting for these few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kidwell.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Kidwell, thank you.
I'll have Jenny go ahead, Ms. Wise go ahead and start her video to discuss kind of the three options, where I don't know that we necessarily need to read through all of each word of the plan. You all have had that. We did make a couple of small edits, nothing material, but some punctuation and a few repeat sentence we did find in there in the latest
Madam
version of that. So Ms. Wise, if you could go ahead, that would be awesome.
Superintendent,
I'm sorry?
Dr. Paulson, can I read a statement? Just it'll be a brief one.
Sure. Go ahead.
Because we talked about safe and stuff like that. To be clear, and I think it's coming across clear. As we all been getting emails, hundreds of them, and trying to reply to them. So I would say thank you for your emails. We have been addressing concerns such as the people that have been sending in these emails. But right now we are focusing on getting the plan ready to hopefully get approved 7/31, July of 31. This does not mean everything is set. It does not mean everything is set. We will continue to work on the plan. One thing I can say, which we've seen tonight, is that right now the state has said we cannot be totally digital. I know many have probably heard some of the big counties, like we talked about, are saying they will at first be totally digital. And that also FEA has filed a lawsuit. We are certainly monitoring how these are proceeding. Now, we moved the starting date of school to 8/24 to give us more time to work on our plan. In conclusion, we are working with the health department, medical doctors, UF professionals, etc. And this is the last part, and this is important. So there's not anybody not having something, believe something else. We certainly want everyone to be safe while we educate our children the best we can. And again, please continue to feel free to email to us your concerns and or suggestions. This is where we come up with the ideas of how we can educate our children from the ideas that people are sending to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson.
As I mentioned, I've got Ms. Wise on the call here to just briefly talk through the plans for the innovative model. Obviously, that plan requires negotiation of working conditions with ACA, and that's something that's ongoing right now, and another meeting's already planned this week. But she just wanted to go through and kind of summarize the options. So Ms. Wise?
Thank you, Mrs. Clark. If it is all right with you, I will go ahead and share my screen. And as Mrs. Clark said, I won't go through this entire template with you, but this is the template that each district was asked to use if they wanted to offer to their school communities an option to either brick and mortar or the traditional e-school, which of course we do. So in the very beginning, we just described the three models that we will be offering. Traditional school, I feel like needs no introduction. It's what I've been doing for going on my 30th year, and something that we're all familiar with, students receiving face-to-face instruction at the school 5 days a week. Our Alachua Digital Academy is going to be that connection of student to their school's teacher at that school, receiving a combination of synchronous and asynchronous. That means live, watching like what we're doing right now, or something that's recorded at another time, instruction during a regular school day, 5 days a week. The students maintain that connection with their assigned school, which is supposed to ensure that continuity at the time when either because the situation at home has changed or the situation becomes more safe for them to go back to school, they return to the brick and mortar. The curriculum materials are going to be the same, the instructional strategies, and in most cases, the teacher will be the same. Our e-school is something that we've been doing for a long time. Mr. Stephenson and his faculty and staff have been doing eSchool for a long time. This is also individualized instruction, but there's a tremendous amount more flexibility in terms of timing and pace. Still with our teachers, Alachua County teachers. However, they are, especially in our secondary classes, using, we're a virtual, Florida virtual school franchise. And so they use those curriculum materials, which is why when we did the survey, we're asking for a longer commitment here, because you can always return to brick and mortar school from eSchool, but because they're not using those exact same materials and pacing as the brick and mortar, it can make that transition a little more tricky. So as you go through the template, we had to address how we would fulfill the requirements of that digital academy to be synchronous with our brick and mortar classroom. So we had to talk about progress monitoring. Our district will be progress monitoring all of our students. It's more important than ever that we do very high quality baseline assessment when the students come back to school, no matter what format they're in, so that we can very quickly identify any of those learning gaps that have been exacerbated by the COVID slide, and very quickly address those so that we can have our students working on grade level. The focus will be on intervention and acceleration, because we know we can't get caught up in remediation. For our progress monitoring in elementary, we'll be using iStation and Mentoring Minds. And for our secondary students, we'll be using Mentoring Minds, which is a platform that brings in item banks from several sources. And I will just tell you that our experience with our item banks in terms of being able to know if students are mastering the standards have been very strongly correlated to the standards and how the students perform when they are assessed on those standards. So we feel good about our progress monitoring. I understand, and I'm so glad that Ms. Kidwell's on the call. If we have questions about support for unique populations, which includes ESE students, but also those students, not just with IEPs, but with 504 plans or our ELL students. And we have to talk about in the plan how we will provide those services to the students in our digital academy. We also have to describe our learning management portal. For us, that's going to be Canvas. Canvas is a learning management system where teachers will be able to put their announcements, their assignments, their assessments. It's able to interface with Skyward, because one of the ways Mr. Rella was talking earlier about getting that full funding for our students in the digital academy will be the way we track the way students participate and attend our digital academy. I am very grateful to the board for the extra days we have for teacher training. I'll let you know that we are in collaboration with instructional technology and professional development and all of the curriculum specialists working on a very robust training calendar for all of our teachers. I think Ms. Clark mentioned in her opening remarks about this, that it's imperative that not just our digital academy teachers are feel confident and competent to use the Canvas learning portal, but that all of our teachers are ready in the event that we have to pivot to a complete distance learning situation. So we're going to have very robust training that's differentiated for people who are brand new to Canvas versus those who've been using it for quite some time. And there'll be different tracks for those teachers to participate in live and asynchronous training and collaboration with district staff. And so I do appreciate that week. When we talk about the continuity of instruction, I've kind of addressed that in that they're depending on the demand based on the surveys and the information that we continue to get as the public understands our options more. And hopefully once we have this plan approved, based on the demand for courses, some of our digital academy courses may be full of all of the students learning from home in the distance learning platform. There may be classes that are all brick and mortar with the teacher, either all day or for several periods in a secondary class. And there is the possibility, due to either the unique nature of the course or the unique needs of the student, where some of those classes may be what we're calling high flex, which is there could be a small number of students in the brick and mortar classroom and a small number of students out at home, learning at home at the same time. One of the things that we also have to ensure with our digital academy is that our students are having the opportunity to interact not only with their teacher, but also with their peers. We've talked a lot about assurances. These are when we talk about the check boxes, where we have to check all the boxes in order to have our plan approved. And I have a lot of experience of this through the Bureau of School Improvement with our turnaround schools. But each of these assurances, the number one that I believe Dr. Paulson mentioned is that we have to assure that we will open brick and mortar schools 5 days a week before August 31st. And so right now our plan is to open on the 24th, and that's how we answer that assurance. And I won't dig into all of these. I know that these are attached to the plan, but we go through each of these assurances and talk about how will we meet these requirements as set out by the state. If you'll indulge me for just a minute, I had a very helpful phone call this afternoon from Ms. Certain, and I wanted to thank you for the feedback. And she was preaching to the choir when she talked to me about how confusing this is. I get confused sometimes, and I live it, breathe it 24/7 and then some. And we send out surveys to families and to teachers, and our administrators are trying to build schedules. And it is hard to kind of always know the nuances of the different plans. This is just in a draft form based on my conversation this afternoon. But we're working with staff to try to lay these three models out, traditional, the Digital Academy and Alachua eSchool, and kind of talk through some of the scenarios, what they look like in practice, what, you know, some qualities are across the board, like you're enrolled in the Alachua County Public Schools, and some things are very unique, such as, you know, ultimate flexibility with the schedule of your day. So we are working on this sort of side-by-side comparison, if you will. I anticipate this being able to go out as soon as our plan is approved by the state, or sooner in draft form if that's the direction of the superintendent. But I want everyone to, all of our families, to know that even if you've already made a selection, and as you learn more about the different platform, the different learning options we have, you can change your mind. If you start one and it's not a good fit for you, you can change your mind. If you start one and it is a good fit, but something in your situation changes and something would be a better fit, you can change your mind. So I can understand, as the person doing my job, but also as a parent, that we have a lot to consider right now. And so we are working hard to provide as much information as we can to help you make the decision that makes the most sense for your family. So with that, I'll stop sharing my screen, and thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit more about the plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wise. May we ask some questions before we go to citizen input? I noticed, well,
Madam Chair, I
I have-
can't remember. I don't know that we have a motion and a second just to consider the.
okay, I
think
think
that's
we
happened.
need to have someone read the recommended.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, I recommend that the school board approve the innovative option plan for the Department of Education as presented.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Paulson and other people, sorry, and seconded by whom?
Well, I made the motion, but it doesn't matter.
Will you second it then? Dr. McNeely
Yes,
will
you can
second
do
the
that.
motion. Thank you.
Second.
And any questions before we go to citizen
Yeah,
input?
I got some questions. Just
I do too. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Paulson.
You know, I thought I heard it, and I think the things we're wondering about, things like, how are we going to choose who teaches in the digital academy? Because we might have a lot of people. I talked to superintendent, I know she can answer this probably. Do teachers, you also, just to be clear, do teachers teach class in the building and then distantly with other people at the same time? And can digital academy be taught from home? And then the final, just to add, Leon County's copying us and trying to tell everybody to go to the, I just thought I'd throw that out, to the Digital Academy and just trying to copy us. So anyway, with those questions right there, I like to have answered again. I know a lot of people, we're getting a lot of questions about that. How, and that's probably in bargaining, and I'm not getting in the way of bargaining as many years I spent in it. These questions, and Ms. Clark, you'd like to answer them. How are we going to choose who teaches? Can Digital Academy be taught from home? Do teachers, because we might have some people with something that keeps them from being around people and be good teachers we don't want to lose. Do teachers teach class at the same time in the building and in the distance? And those are the three main ones I'm asking right now.
Right. Okay. So, Madam Chair, if I can go ahead and answer those.
Sure.
Correct. A lot of that, many of the questions, well, I guess there were three main ones, and a couple of them really relate to working conditions, which the team, Ms. Wise leads the instructional team, Mr. Purvis is on that team, and Mr. Rella, Mr. Moore, and a few others would be subject to working condition negotiations with ACEA. I know that the recommendation, at least from our team, would be that the priority would be given first to those who have some sort of documented underlying health condition. I've heard that referred to our most vulnerable, would be given the priority in those positions. Obviously at the elementary level, it's grade level positions, but at the secondary level, then you also have to look at teacher certification and what that demand is based on the qualifications of the teacher and what the teaching assignment is. And then the other piece about teaching from home versus teaching from school, again, that's another working condition that would be negotiated. And right now it looks like it's being done both ways in districts where every teacher is coming to school and some is just basically, some teachers are basically teaching to an empty classroom because all their students are digital, because the technology is in place within their classroom. But there are also some where they're teaching from home. So that's something that they're working through with ACA right now. The other piece, and Ms. Wise touched on it briefly, ideally you want, if you're teaching digital, it's obviously much easier to teach all your students digitally. And if you're brick and mortar, it's much easier to do it that way. But as Ms. Wise mentioned, there may be, situations where, especially in some of those singleton classes where there's only one section of that course at a school that's offered. And some of them are more specialized courses, maybe some of our CTE program courses or some IB or AP or Cambridge courses. And then also it could be a tool, if a student does have to potentially self-isolate for a time period, where the student would be able to maintain their learning and going to school in spite of a quarantine situation. So those are some things that we would have to work through. Other districts that are doing, in fact, I was on a superintendent's call today. Everybody was kind of talking about their innovative plans, and the districts that have something very similar to this, they're all in situations where there could be teachers doing that high flex model that Ms. Wise spoke to. I personally don't envision that across the board. Obviously, you want to try to get folks in one platform, one learning style, but there may be situations that we have to work through so that we're able to, offer the courses we need to, and so students can participate in that seamless transition. Because as was mentioned, there may be a lot of back and forth depending if we have to shut down a classroom or shut down a school, or even the entire district at any point during the school year. So it provides us that flexibility, but I know that our team is still working with ACA on those specific working conditions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Anybody else?
I have a few questions, but I thought we usually do citizen input before the board.
Yeah, we're going to, but I thought maybe we could obviate some of the questions the citizens have if they were answered, ahead of time.
Well, I guess for me, the biggest question and the one that I've gotten lots of emails and calls about is having to teach digital students and live students, and how are they going to interact? I heard Superintendent Clark just said that the digital students would interact with the students in class and the teacher would do likewise. I'm trying to figure out, I just can't wrap my head around that, but that's been a big concern. And I get that it's working conditions, but I guess for me, the biggest concern I have with the plan is what we have is a skeleton, and when what Ms. Wise was projecting on the screen, there's a whole lot more detail, and I have issues with kind of approving something that I don't know what all I'm voting on. So that's my only hesitancy. I know we have to submit a plan, but there were some assurances in it. There was a page number that was left blank, that we could refer to for additional information. So we vote on this tonight, it gets sent, and I've agreed to something that I don't know what I'm agreeing to. So that's not a question, that's a statement on my part. So. But I did have a question about how would teachers interact with students in class as well as those that they're teaching digitally. How do we picture that happening?
Ms. Roy, can I say one more thing?
Well,
Can I get my question answered first, please?
Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think I would like for Ms. Clark to answer her question, and then you can say something.
Right, I'll have Ms. Wise answer that question, but where we talk about the page numbers, so you talk about the page numbers, the district had two options. We could either write a narrative of our plan or utilize the state template. And so us, like pretty much every other district I've seen so far, utilize the state template. So if we had a different narrative, then you would have to say on page 2, this is listed, but we use the template. So that's why those page numbers are there, because we did not use that narrative. But I'll have Ms. Wise speak to the high flex model.
Okay.
Right, Mrs. Certain, on that page 2, where you either checked 1 or 2, we checked 2, which meant we would use the template. If we had checked 1, we would have had to add the page numbers to all those assurances as we went through.
Okay.
I saw that too. I mean, when I first looked at it, I saw that too. It's confusing.
Okay, so
like most of the templates they released to us.
okay.
Yes.
So everything that it looked like the template you projected had a little bit more information than what this did. And so I was wondering if there was additional information that wasn't on here that we had.
No, ma'am, I don't believe so, but I can send you this copy as soon as we're done talking right here. I can email you this one too, but I believe the one I projected should be the one that was attached to your backup materials.
Okay. And I heard the high flex model mentioned yesterday in the principals meeting.
Uh-huh.
And that seems to be kind of a college model of method of teaching, face-to-face and digitally. Is that being used anyplace else, K-12?
Well, I think it's going to be being used a lot very soon, but have we used it before? I don't think so.
No, this is new for us. I'm
yes.
Sure
so the way, and there are certainly members of my team who will be better at explaining this to you, but as I understand it, and I would hope I'm not, I haven't expressed that I think it's easy. I don't. And I think it's something that's going to require training and support, and something that'll take a little bit of time to master. But in a classroom, if I were teaching, I would have the computer like I have right here set up so that you can watch me, like maybe at the front of the classroom. Students might be sitting behind this computer, and the camera would be focused on me at the front of the room doing some direct instruction. So you would be my digital students watching that direct instruction on the board. The students in the room who are sitting behind the computer would be able to be watching me do it in real time. And I could stop and ask questions and call on someone in the room or someone on the Zoom screen like we're doing right now. There may be opportunities when you talk about peer-to-peer collaboration, that doing it between the distance and the brick and mortar is a little bit more tricky. You can project up the students who are in the Zoom room onto the whiteboard, just kind of like the way I just shared my screen with you. But you could also, after you do a period, let's say 15 or 20 minutes of direct instruction, you could release students to do independent work, independent practice. And then as the teacher, I can work with small groups of students in the room. I could work with a small group of students using the web conferencing tools in the Zoom platform, in the digital platform. But basically that's how it works. That we have seen, there's a lot of really super high tech cameras and such that kind of follow you as you walk all around the room. And that isn't something that we have right now. So we would be talking about either the camera on your all-in-one or a webcam that would be fixed on the teacher and on the main teaching area. But in a similar way that we use a document camera, the teacher could at any time work on their computer, sharing their screen with the digital students at home, and also sharing it on the whiteboard in the room for the students who were in the classroom.
So, Mrs.
That's very complicated.
Ms.
Go ahead,
Roy.
Doctor.
Yeah, so what my question was, this, a lot of teachers are asking this about teaching both digital and with live.
Oops. Dr. Paulson, we can't hear you.
You muted.
Dr. Paulson, you just muted.
All right, the question I asked, the question I hear most often is their concern about doing what I think I'm hearing you say is teach the kids in the classroom at the same time as teaching kids digitally. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that going to be a lot of that?
We don't know that for certain until we have all of the registration information and can build the classes. So to the greatest extent possible, we would want to create classes that are one or the other.
Okay.
But in situations where they can't, Mrs. Clark gave some possible scenarios for that. Something that's very unique, a singleton we call it, where it's very specialized.
I talked about like a AP physics.
Correct. Or maybe a teacher, a secondary teacher would have a few periods of brick and mortar and then a few periods where they're in their room, but all of the students are in a distance learning format.
Hey, could you listen to this? I mean, 2 different classrooms in the same building with somebody like an ESP sitting with the other kids, where you could get your distance, you know, where you could have kids 10 feet apart and teacher could teach like that, have a digital in one room and the live kids in the other. I mean, so what I said to begin with is this is not a set thing yet, our plan.
No.
We're getting okayed and now we got to get to work and finish the product.
Right. It's
Right?
sort of, it's like the classic chicken and the egg. Like you have to have your plan approved and then you build your schedules.
Right,
and,
right.
and now
Okay.
that people are learning more about the plan, they may change their minds about which model they want.
But I think it's good we have this conversation where they can hear us tonight.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone
Roy,
else?
Ms. Roy, I have a question for
Go
Ms.
ahead,
Wise.
Dr. McNeely.
Mrs. Wise, hi.
Hi.
I need to know if we're using the flex model for the elementary students, how can the teacher differentiate students in the classroom and digital? What are the in-classroom students doing when the teacher is differentiating digital students? Will they just watch pre-recorded intervention lessons? I don't understand how the teacher who has that many groups and would be able to meet all of their needs.
That's Dr. McNeely, that you said a lot there. And first of all, let me just say in regular brick and mortar, my hat's off to elementary teachers who differentiate the way they do when all of them are in the room with them. I think this is a scheduling challenge for our schools to look at the way we assign students, but I also think it's a challenge in how we use our staff and our intervention teachers and our ESE and support staff. But back to your question, when we were, before this all happened and we were in a traditional classroom and there were 18 first graders in there and there was like 4 different learning centers going, the teacher is at a table with a few, and some of them are doing iStation, and some of them have an independent work task at their desks, and then others are using manipulatives and working through a lesson with manipulatives while they're at the teacher table. And those elementary teachers with the eyes in the back of their heads and doing all that, I hope it doesn't have to be high flex as often in elementary for this reason, but I think that students could still have independent work. They could still be doing iStation while the teacher was with either a small group in person or with a small group on her screen. You know, if we asked, there are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so of you now, that 4 of you put your cameras down and work on your seat work while I work with the other 3, it It would be weird, but I would do it. And it's, as I said in the very beginning, I'm not portraying this as something easy, but I'm committed to support teachers in meeting the needs of the students, and the training staff and the support staff are ready to do that.
I appreciate you trying to explain this situation, but you know, so many of our schools don't have the funding for the teacher paraprofessional in there with them. So basically they are having to do all of these steps, and grant you, the children who are at home don't think that the parents aren't in there watching the teaching and the lessons that are going on. I know they are, because I have friends who said they did that at home with their children. My thing is, it seems as if the brick and mortar, while the classroom teacher is instructing the children with digital, I don't see how they're getting the necessary help that they need, even if they're working independently. I just don't see how, especially if they have the teachers who are expected to go from 4 to 5 groups, then to 8 to 10 groups. And that's a huge possibility at the elementary level.
That's where the scheduling piece, I think, is key, Dr. McNeely, in terms of either scheduling as many that are purely brick and mortar or purely digital, but also like what you're talking about, differentiation and the number of groups. You know, what is feasible and what is possible to manage is a big question mark.
So I guess you're saying, because we don't know and we don't understand right now the unknown, and it's a big question mark, what happens when we get into this and it's not plausible or even feasible to do this? I don't know where we go. And I don't know if you can answer that. That's a question for Ms. Clark.
Well, I think we'd have to, when you talk about that not every school, for instance, has a para in every classroom, I think if I were the principal of an elementary school, it's like you have to put all of your resources, you know, on the board, and then the way you schedule when the teacher is trying to do the highest level of differentiation is when I deploy the people that I have in the most strategic way. And you're right, there might not be enough people to do everything at all times. And sometimes we try to have everybody doing the exact same content area and stuff at the same time, but this may be one of those situations where you have to stagger it so that you can stagger the support staff for it.
Thank you, Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. Really complicated questions. Anyone else?
One thing we need to, Roy, I think the key is this is not the norm, from what I understand. This is going to be the exception, having these combinations, right? I see the superintendent shaking her head.
Correct. And I ideally in a especially with elementary school, you know, you don't have the same number of those specialized courses and differentiated courses. I mentioned in another meeting, you know, we have almost 1,000 unique secondary courses. And so that in itself, it becomes a little sticky when you're trying to plan for that type of instruction. With elementary schools, you really are much more into a grade level scenario. So if scheduled correctly, and that's something that our staff, the district staff, can work with the principals and the assistant principals on, to have this happen at elementary, scheduled out of the gate that way, I do not envision that being widespread at all. To me, it would be rare, because you should be able to schedule those students all digital or all brick and mortar. Where it becomes where we talk about these singleton classes or these isolated situations, that lends itself to more secondary and really more high school. You've got some magnet programs at the middle school level, but really the majority of your singletons are sitting at the high school level. And of course, you know, you want to make sure we're offering all those, especially for our seniors, that they don't have the option to take a class next year to finish, you know, some of their programs, depending on the program that they're in. So we want to make sure that our students have that capability, but minimize that also because we recognize, you know, managing 2 platforms like that is going to be new for a lot of people, and, you know, is going to be, you know, new, and trying to get comfortable with that is going to be tricky. I totally get that. And so I would envision that you're going to have more of that at high school. The
It's
only
still not a
scenario,
lot.
right? Yeah, I don't envision it being a
don't
lot, but
envision
again,
a
it
lot.
goes to the scheduling and how we can make that work. The other thing that we do potentially have the option of is for students at the secondary level, in these situations where we could even blend the digital academy even with some e-school courses. So it may be that there's not the availability to do it in the digital academy, but we have that course built in e-school. We have students in brick and mortar that can also take e-school. That happens right now, even in a traditional year where we're not dealing with COVID. We have students, because as part of their high school graduation requirements, they have to take a course, a virtual course. And so that's what, you know, really spurned the birth of the e-school, is so that we could offer that to all of our students. So the ability is there to be really creative with the scheduling. I mean, our secondary assistant principals are pretty amazing at getting all of those puzzle pieces to fit. And that's what it's going to take, is making sure that we're scheduling those things well, to be able to limit those numbers. But the only where I could envision things could get potentially a little tricky is if students, after a while, if families decide my child needs to go back in brick and mortar now, you know, it's been the first 9 weeks or conditions improve, and then we have folks starting to leave the digital academy and moving into brick and mortar. We don't, you know, if we have half of a digital academy's students want to return to brick and mortar, we can't just then all of a sudden put them all in one classroom in a brick and mortar setting. So that may get a little tricky to schedule, but that we won't know until we see what families are starting to do and how those schedules are working out and how conditions are. But again, that's not something we want to use widespread, but the ability is there to do that. And there will be, you know, obviously a learning curve for teachers to be able to do that. And we've got the support in place to be able to do that, and the training protocols in place that they've developed with our, as Jenny mentioned, with curriculum specialists, instructional technology. They've also been working with the ed tech folks over at the University of Florida who do this work. So there's been a lot of engagement and a lot of creative minds going into our training program so that we can provide the best possible training for our teachers.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Clark, you know as well as I know that at the elementary level, I heard you talking about it might be a little bit more difficult at the secondary level, but at the elementary level, we have to differentiate all of the students almost, especially with our students who are struggling quite a bit. And so therefore, you almost would have to put all of your students homogeneously grouped if you're going to try to limit some of your things that you're talking about. But at the elementary level, there's so many possibilities for differentiating, because all of the children are going to come in at the different levels.
Oh, absolutely. And absolutely. But what I'm referring to is a completely different course, not differentiation within a grade level. What I was referring to with secondary is, you know, completely separate courses, because those children move every period of every day and have different course assignments. And so I'm talking about completely different courses. I completely agree. We have to have the differentiation in the elementary level. And again, that's why as we're starting to look at these schedules, the odds of having that blended approach at elementary is much smaller than it's going to be at the high school, because you're able to group them by grade level. And it's not that each of them have 6 different classes and 6 different subjects with 6 different teachers. If we're grouping them together in one classroom with one teacher, then that looks a little bit different than it does at secondary, where they're going to be moving 6 teachers. You know, even digitally in the digital academy, they have a different teacher each period.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
I
anyone
have a
else?
question, Ms. Wise, if, Another thing, two questions. The first one is FERPA. When you mentioned about the teacher moving around and having the camera, student privacy and all, have we considered that? Is that an issue or no?
Yes, I know that question has come up, but I'm going to have to delegate that to the one who understands the law better than I do. But yes, Ms. Certain, we have talked about that. And I think where we place that camera is important, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Moore.
Yeah, the issue with FERPA is really about records. And so it's not about observations. So as long as we are being careful about, what we're showing, not showing grades to people, then we should be fine.
Okay, so I guess what really made me ask that is I read an article about the kind of the disparity, or it's an equity issue. You have children who may be in an environment that's very plush and looks very nice, and then a child that's in an environment that may be that may show that they live in poverty, and how that would project on. But that's an issue that made me ask that question. The other question that I had and was raised with me with a parent of a student at Littlewood, said she got a call that said she'd have to give up her spot if they got into a multi-age classroom if she didn't choose brick and mortar or digital academy. And she's going into kindergarten, and they're concerned about that child being in front of a screen for such, all of the school day, and they don't feel it's safe going in. So they feel like there's some penalty going on there that they'd have to give up, a spot in a multi-age classroom after the first 9 weeks if they decide to come back into brick and mortar. And I'm wondering if I'm going to plant the idea that we need to consider, some type of allowance for that, where that's not happening with those students and students in magnet programs that, that's going to make it harder for them if they choose to do e-school. They can't do a magnet class. The health program keeps coming up in my mind. They can't do that in e-school. They'll have to choose brick and mortar or digital academy. And I think if having the teacher have to teach one section for both types of students is going to be challenging, I think. So.
Right. We have said all along, and we can certainly have Ms. Wise reach out to that particular school tomorrow, that students are not going to lose their places in their special programs should parents choose either digital academy or eSchool. They would not lose their place there. Obviously, where that impacts the most is our seniors in some of our programs that are very specialized. Of making sure that we're able to offer the courses that they need, to get their IB or Cambridge diploma or to finish out a CTE program. Those may be situations where we would have both platforms because we want to make sure that students have that ability, because in an IB situation, those diploma requirements are completely different than your standard diploma. And they don't have next year to make it up, or choose something different in the meantime. Everybody else, there could be scheduling adjustments made where the student would still be able to finish their program, but it might just look a little different. But our seniors obviously won't have that ability. So that would be a place where that would have to happen. But we have said that, and we are not going to penalize students for the option that they choose moving forward.
Okay.
I have another question for Ms. Wise.
All right. Go ahead, Dr. McNeely.
Ms. Wise, if we have students that are being seen online, are we establishing some type of parental form that gives us permission to allow children to be seen online?
Yes, ma'am, Dr. McNeely, I'm glad that you brought that up. We are actually even more than that, almost like a protocol of the norms, if you will, of being a digital learner, because that is a classroom space. And, you talked about you parents who participate or watch, and people have concerns about, all of those things. And so we are working on that in terms of what are the expectations and the responsibilities of being a member of the Digital Academy. And I also kind of want to just speak a moment to Ms. Certan's point that you raised about the equity issue of what your learning space at home might look like compared to a peer. And I think that's part of the training issue with our teachers. And I think as educators, while we haven't had that personal look in the home, that we have experienced, you know, working with students who, if the backpack or the lunchbox or the shoes are different, being sensitive to those things. And I think we definitely have to make what your home learning environment looks like a part of that as well, and treat everyone with, you know, dignity and respect. And we're all here as equal participants in this classroom learning environment. And when we talk about the importance of the social emotional learning and that building of a community, a classroom community of trust and respect, that's why social emotional learning is so important. And that is, and I'm sorry that I didn't touch on that when we were looking at the digital plan, but I know Ms. Kidwell and Jennifer Taylor stand ready as part of our training plan too, to really have a forward facing social emotional learning, which I think would encompass some of those concerns that you mentioned. But it also is kind of linked to those protocols and the norms of acceptable behavior in the digital environment. And if I were in a hybrid class, what students in the class and at home, how they would communicate with each other or remark on what they see on the screen or what the ones on the screen hear or see in the room, is just that normal part of school culture and classroom culture. And I think it's going to take even a bigger front seat now because of the issues that you're both raising.
So Ms. Wise, you know, we have children who come from homes that parents are separated or divorced or whatever. How are you going to protect those children from the cameras? If you know that the father and mother are definitely not together, and one parent is the custodial parent, but yet the other parent has access to this child, how do you protect? Is there anything that we can do to protect that child or children from the camera?
You mean not let them be? I wouldn't think that the parent who didn't have parental rights would be able to get into the classroom to see that. Dr. McNeely, is that what I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, I hated to, I guess I could talk privately to you. I hate to put out
yes, ma'am,
a scenario.
I mean, the students are going to be logging on. Maybe this will help. The student will log on to the Canvas, to the classrooms with their Active Directory. And so that is like when we log on to our email, that's our unique log on. So there shouldn't be outside individuals logging on to a classroom or looking into that.
Okay.
But if you were the parent in the home and, you know, you walked by, you are going to see who's on there. Just like when somebody comes in to drop off something for me, they can see if they look who's on my screen. But as far as someone logging on and kind of spying, I don't think that can happen, but we can talk more about it privately. I might not be understanding your question.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Dr. McNeely. Anyone else? Well, I have a couple of questions, or just simple things compared to what you all have been talking about. One thing I wanted to add is that Mr. Uma Shankar had said that training videos for Canvas will be online at the end of July. I think that was the my understanding. I assume Ms. Wise didn't mention it, but I'm assuming that's still the case, to give people a leg up before we get to the training at school in person.
Yes, ma'am. There will be modules introducing teachers to Canvas, and even if you're ambitious or you want to get a head start, like you mentioned, absolutely, even about the high flex model. There will be courses available to teachers by the end of this week. Of course, that's not anything required to do, but I know how hard our teachers work all summer on lesson planning and the like. And so we are going to be making those available by the end of the week. Of course, they'll also still be available, as well as an additional entire catalog of training when they come back on the 10th.
Thank you. And the other thing is I really hadn't seen that paper that you showed that had checks on what's available for each
Yes, ma'am.
format.
That's because we just made it this afternoon after
know.
Certain called me with a good idea. So we got right on it. So
But I saw
I'm not
that.
sure it's ready for prime time. It was only ready for a sneak peek. We'll have that
Okay.
up by the end of the week, I think.
I see. Well, just so, you know, in the short time I saw it, I saw there was a check by food availability or meal availability at both brick and mortar and digital academy. And I wondered how that could be done.
Right. So with the way it stands right now, and of course, even some of the world of food nutrition changes a little bit. And I can't see now because they're screen sharing. I believe Miss Eunice was actually, oh, there she is. Ms.
Yeah.
Eunice is on the call. She can answer that better than I.
Yes, the USDA is permitting us to feed if the students are in brick and mortar and with the digital academy. The students can come similar to what they're doing now with the curbside service for the digital academy. However, if it's virtual, we are not permitted to feed those students. If that's the choice, is virtual.
Right. So the e-school option.
E-school, the
Right.
Alachua e-school or Florida virtual school, we're not permitted to serve those students because they're not in.
So you mean that the bus is going to be near the student's home so they can go and pick something up?
No,
Every
our
student
plan- we won't be doing the bus stops. We will be doing the curbside at the school sites. We are clustering the sites so that, you know, say in Alachua area, there'll be probably Santa Fe High School will be a curbside pickup site for all of those Alachua sites for the Digital Academy students. And we're going to have it scheduled so that during the meal service for all of those school sites, the meal service will be available so that the students can go and pick up their meals at that site.
So they would come from home to the school to pick up the meal and get back?
During
And-
their lunch period, yes.
And that would depend on whether they have transportation to get there and depending on how far it is away from.
We are planning on sending out a survey and getting more information once we make some of these decisions. These decisions are made so that we can figure out how to model the Digital Academy meal service so that we do make it available to the students. So we're being flexible, but we're trying to set up a model right now so that we can accommodate. But we know we'll probably have to adjust. We're going to have to do point of sale at each of the sites. So we have to actually enter all of the students, whereas during brick and mortar, if it's a CEP site, we can use the tally sheet and just check them off. But for the Digital Academy, we have to do the point of sale system. So,
Goodness.
It's a lot. And we can do that because
You've done such complicated things before. I have no doubt that you're going to figure it out, but it just seemed very, very impossible to me.
Right, because the students are still enrolled as a student at their school. So even if they're going Digital Academy, they're still a student at Idlewild Elementary School or Gainesville High School.
Right.
So that gives us the flexibility there. You know, even in pre-COVID times, e-school and Florida Virtual School, we are not allowed to feed that because they're not attached to a school. They're in a true virtual environment. So we still have to treat this like they're at school. So I'm glad that Ms. Eunice has been able to figure out a way that we can at least provide that. But this is treated like a regular school year lunch scenario, not like we've been doing in the summer. But of course, they're getting really creative over there in her office to try to figure out how we can maximize that service to our families. But I was very relieved to hear that we could provide food for our Digital Academy students.
Another model that we're looking at, and we're going to put this in our survey, is to be able to ask families if it's helpful if they just pick up 1 day a week, 1 day a week, 2 days a week, or is it better if they just come 5 days a week? So we're looking at packaging so that would make it easier for the Digital Academy students as well.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, you know, we are at
I
the
have a
point.
question for Mrs. Eunice.
Oh, okay. I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Ms.
Go ahead.
Laura, you brought up the lunch period time and the eating. I think that if we, and I like your last suggestion, Ms. Eunice, about the 1 day, you know, picking up for all 5 days. But if a student lives a long distance from where they need, you know, have to go to the school to pick it up, I'm wondering if the Digital Academy lunchtime will be longer than what we normally have. Can someone answer that?
Different. Ooh.
My computer just froze, sorry.
Here you go. Mhm.
We see you and hear you.
Dr. McNeely, were you asking if if they would have to leave in the middle of the instructional day to go pick up their lunch? Was there going to be time?
Let's say they live 20 minutes out and they have to go and get their lunch from the designated school. I'm asking if they haven't, they just got it, they've got to eat it. Will their lunchtime be longer than normal?
Right, I think we have to consider that as well. We will have to look at possibly having some lunch periods where it's at the end of the day or very early in the morning before school starts, so that we can disseminate these meals. If someone does have to drive and get their meals when it's farther away from their home, so that we can accommodate them. We're going to have all of our brick and mortar sites open, so we can be flexible with trying to come up with a plan. But
I just wanted to throw that out to you, Mrs.
Yeah, I think the survey will help us figure out what model we're going to have to come up with, and what serving times that we can will make food available to families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think we're ready to go to citizen comment right now. And what I would like to do is it's about 7:30, a little bit after. I'd like to allot an hour and a half for citizen comment. And the comments must be directed to the Digital Academy recommendation. And then we would have time after that, 9:30, 9:35, to go back to board discussion and, you know, have questions answered by staff members who are still here if necessary. And then if there's still people waiting to speak after the board discussion, and I'm allotting about an hour for that, they can come back and continue with citizen comment until 10:30, I'd say, and then we have to leave time for the vote on this item. Normally, the policy says we have a half an hour of public input for an action item. In that case, we would be leaving at least 3 or 4 or 5 times that amount for citizen comment. So I would like to, any questions about that?
Yes, would you give me that policy number? Let me pull it up and read it.
I don't have it in front of me.
Mr. Moore, can you give it to me, please?
169.1.
Because I'm asking because you know me, I think if citizens tune in and you tell us they have an hour and a half to comment, and then you'll come back and you'll give them a half hour. What if there's a citizen that's outside of the half hour? And so I want us to be cognizant of how we're treating our citizens and them.
Obviously, we are listening to the citizens.
You just gotta
But if we have a chance to have board discussion, we might be able to answer some of the questions that the citizens have raised, or have the staff answer them. That was my thinking, because now we don't answer each individual speaker. We always take notes. We always go over those notes with the superintendent. I think we're allotting a lot of time already, many times what the policy states. So we will go to citizen comment then. If
We
there's
do
no
have, I
other.
know the first person that we heard was from the boardroom, Raina Aarons. So if they're ready in the boardroom.
Hi, yes, my name is Raina Aarons, and I am born and raised in Gainesville. I went through public school here in Alachua County. I'm a parent, 2 students in public school here, and I teach elementary school in this district. And I want to thank the district for coming up with this plan. I'm sure I know you got plenty of input from parents, educators, community members. So I know dealing with all that input must have been very difficult or still is difficult, but I thank you for accepting that information when you were coming up with this plan. And I also know that this document that you're voting on today is just the first step in assuring that our students have a opportunity to have what their families feel is a safer choice than going to brick and mortar. So the concern I have, and I believe a lot of people have, is just that because of this first step, there's very little details. And I know that you spoke about earlier how we're going, that's the next step, working out these details. So while you're working out the details for students to work digitally at home, I would really urge you to include equity in all your decisions. I saw it show up once in this document, and I know I've heard several board members speak about equity, and people from the school board itself. We have an equity problem in Alachua County, and you know this. We have data and lots of numbers to show that we have an enormous learning gap between our white students and our Black students. It basically looks like we are back before segregation ended. We have some schools that are almost completely Black. We have some schools that are almost completely white. And they do not receive the same sort of input, concern, resources, not even equally. And that's not okay. I mean, we need to go further into equitable. So some things that I really think are non-negotiable. Our students who cannot afford a laptop or a device, that must be provided for them. That, I know that says that that's going to be provided for them in this document. However, during the COVID emergency teaching that we had to do at the end of last year, I know we called it distance learning, but it really felt more like emergency learning, emergency teaching. We did not have enough computers or devices for all our families. We certainly did not have enough devices for our students. So we have families of, excuse me?
Your 3 minutes is, if you could finish up, please.
Okay, so we need to make sure that these students have access to each student, not just a family, but each student in that family who's enrolled in school has access to a device. We need to make sure that there are, I suggest a committee of staff members, school board members, to ensure that our students who are most at risk, who are struggling, who are going to school in inequitable schools currently, that they, there is a committee that goes and sets up their learning environment at their house. Some parents do not understand how to use the computer. They don't understand how to set it up and log it on. And it's inequitable to have the teachers and the students have to teach the parents how to get it set up. We need extra support for these students, making sure that they are able to keep up with the digital learning and with things like time management, a specific time and place for the student to work. We had students working on couches, sleeping on couches, waking up with, you know, an alarm that they had set on their computer to say class started. We need all that kind of support built in to help these students. And
Erin, your time is up. If you could conclude, please.
I do not want equity to continue to be an afterthought.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ahrens.
Okay, and after the phone caller, next phone caller, our first phone caller, Kelly Kasia-Beebe is in the boardroom. We'll go to her after that. But first, hello, can you hear me on the phone? Hello, can you hear me on the phone? I'll put that person back in the waiting room. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes.
Hi, go ahead and give us your name, and then you've got 3 minutes with the board, please.
Yes, hi. My name is LaMonica Davis. I have a student that goes to Eastside High School. That goes to Gainesville High School. And I had a question when they asked me, they said reopening. So all mine had to do reopening, but I have 4 basic questions. One, I had a question about the attorney said earlier about pay for aides. My son has bus aides and he has school aides also. And I wanted to know, if school doesn't start on the 24th, say they close down the schools and say we're not opening them right now, does that mean the aides don't get any pay at that time? Also, if classes start and then they get shut down, does that mean then the aides also don't get paid? The other question I had was about Digital Academy, and I wanted to know, as a teacher, I wanted to know if I am doing a split class with Digital Academy in the classroom too, will the students be required to have a camera where I can see them actually working? Is that going to be something that's mandatory, that they have a working camera on whatever device that they use so that I can visually see them as the class is going along? And also I had a question about the food, the lunches. I heard her say that they were going to have, like, Santa Fe would be the one school that all the parents come to pick up the lunches for all the kids in Alachua County. So if I had a kid in elementary, middle, and high, would I be able to pick up all lunches for all those kids at one time? Or would I actually have to come during the elementary time and then come back again at middle and then come back during the lunch at for high school time? So those are my 4 questions. I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I think we can answer those when we meet. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we go back to the boardroom. Go ahead, Ms. Kachivivi. I'm sorry, I probably butcher your name every week, but you have 3 minutes with the board.
That's all right, Brian. We'll get it right one day. I'm Miss Casabibi. I'm a teacher at Lake Forest Elementary. I'm also a co-founder of Teachers for Change, and our group has been meeting pretty regularly, and we've been brainstorming and coming up with ideas and input from staff members, community members, and parents. I sent you a pretty lengthy email last night with our input from Teachers for Change. And we've got a lot of questions. We understand that you can't answer all those questions now, but we want answers eventually, of course. But I wanted to thank Ms. Certain and Dr. McNeely for your kind words about Lake Forest. I'm not a crier, but you actually brought tears to my eyes for the passion and the true dedication that you have to Lake Forest. And then I wanted to thank the rest of you for actually communicating with me. Some of you are actually communicating by phone with me, responding almost immediately to my emails. So that makes me, feel really great that you guys actually care. I heard tonight bringing up small groups, And I'm struggling with this because I'm thinking, how is this going to work in my classroom? I am one of those teachers that runs 3 or 4 small groups at a time. And I don't know how I can do that and keep the safety guidelines in mind. You know, that's a big issue, is like, how is this going to look in my classroom? I also am here to advocate for hazard pay. And honestly, I could advocate that for everybody in the district. I'm sure I could come up with a reason why they deserve it, but I'm trying to think realistically and fairly of who's really on the front lines. And the first groups of people that come to mind are the custodians and the bus drivers. The bus drivers are in a confined small space for a lengthy period of time, and they have students, multiple students in and out of those buses. And you could argue that they could just open a window, but I'm going to argue back that we live in Florida and it's, you know, going to downpour rain and it's going to be really hot. Our custodians, to me, it's a no-brainer. We should already have this implemented in the plan that they're going to get hazard pay, because I get that their job is to clean up after everybody, but their job is not to clean up after a world pandemic. We should be compensating these people for the job that they're doing. I've asked you guys this before, and I'm not sure that it's explicitly said, but we really want that one-to-one technology. I think we all kind of believe that eventually we're going to go virtual again, and we want to get a hold of that technology now, so then we make sure we have it for the future. I also have an issue with the safety of thinking about the staff, and I don't think that we should have to prove without a shadow of a doubt of where we got COVID if we contract it. I think what we want is that we want to feel like our employer cares about our health and our livelihood over the economics of the situation. So, you know, we want to know for sure that you guys have our backs, and that no matter if we have to be out for this virus, that you will take care of us. I thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort. And I hope you guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Casavides. We got your email
That was
and all your
perfectly
questions.
exactly 3 minutes too. So,
Wonderful. Thank you.
okay, so I'm going to go to a caller here. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can.
Great. Go ahead and give us your name
My
and
name
then
is
3 minutes with the board.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jennifer Aponte. I have 4 concerns that pertain to my child and many other children that have special needs in Alachua County. Number 1 is the 9-week commitment that was stated in the survey that was sent to parents a commitment parents have to make, or is it the only commitment Alachua County School District is making towards providing the digital academy? Because I don't want to have to transition my child from digital to homeschool to brick and mortar or e-school, because e-school is a semester commitment, and if those things are closed by the time the 9 weeks are over, I don't really want to have to disturb her year even further. Number 2, we have never had dedicated ESC professionals for a specific school unless their children go to that specific school. They are usually traveling. Will this travel and this going into brick and mortar affect the DA students when one of those professionals is absent? How are we going to cover that gap if we don't even have enough to cover a specific school in a specific school year? Number 3, how are absences for children who have special medical needs and have to go to a doctor's appointment at our digital academy going to be addressed? Are the classes going to be recorded for further viewing? And is that going to be counted towards the child's attendance, or how is that going to be handled? And number 4, I want to know how assessments will be handled for digital students, because we need to guarantee the validity of those results. And the fact that the digital students, most of them cannot or will not go to a brick and mortar school to take assessments, because otherwise they wouldn't have signed up for the digital academy. So I would like you to consider these points in this discussion that you are having in the further development of this plan. Also, how are behavioral concerns and ESC services going to be handled in a one-on-one manner when children are attending the digital academy? And I'm talking about one-on-one instruction and mainly behavioral plans. So I hope that you would consider these points and give me some answers to these questions. I thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Jennifer. Maybe we can address some of those things later. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Hello?
Yes, hi. Can you go ahead and mute your YouTube?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
My name is Mary Vincent. I'm from Transportation. My questions are, do we matter? We are in fear at our workplace. We don't feel safe. We have families to go home to. Some have high-risk medical issues. We need clarity of all the rules and regulations of COVID-19 concerning employees. And we need it in writing so that we can refer back to it. Do we matter? We need to know the procedures if COVID-19 is in our workplace. Do we have a plan? We need communication to be truthful and consistent with all employees. When COVID-19 knocks on our door like it is now, please be supportive. Please be careful. Please be important for our safety. We can't perish because of lack of knowledge.
Ms. Vincent, you're breaking up a bit.
Tell us, do we matter? Do we really matter? We need I thank you all. It's good to see you all well. And I know you're going to keep our safety in mind. And I'm hoping that it be a safe year for everybody.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can.
Great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Sahadeo. I am a parent and a teacher at a middle school in Gainesville. And I have a page full of questions, so I'm going to skip over a lot of the individual thank yous and just say thank you to the board for taking our comments. And I understand that we will not be able to answer all of the questions, but whatever can't be answered at this time, hopefully is considered in discussions and for decision making in the future. My first question was about the reopening chart that was projected on the screen. I was wondering if that document was available for the public to see anywhere. And I would also have liked to ask for some clarification about the 9-week and semester commitment from I think it was Ms. Clark, who has said that the students are able to change their minds at any time. But I'm seeing the 9-week and semester commitments, and I'm just wondering like how accurate that is or how committed we have to be. And then I also have a question about Digital Academy. I was not clear as a teacher and a parent, I was not clear on what the Digital Academy was. And I feel like if I had more clarification on that I do now, I would have advocated for our parents and community members for the Digital Academy way harder, knowing that they would be tied to their school, because it wasn't until I filled the survey out that I realized they get to still be connected to their school. So I am so grateful for the Digital Academy option, and I really hope that it does get approved. I appreciate Superintendent Clark for clarifying the synchronous and asynchronous options, because we know as teachers that we're going to need both of those options to run our classes with any kind of sophistication at all. I am leery, and this question is for Mr. Moore, I am leery about privacy issues, not the camera angles being pointed at students or anything. I'm sure we're going to have guidance on that in the future, but more about verbal redirection of student behavior and instruction. I know that I had parents sitting in the last quarter with their students, and personally, I didn't mind that at all, but I totally understand why that is a concern for teachers. But specifically, if a teacher says a student's name in redirection of behavior or anything really, you know, I just want to make sure that we're not violating any student privacy issues, but also still able to address our students and build that rapport with them. I also was wondering if we have live broadcasts, if those will become subject to Florida public records, and as well as how do we prevent, or how do we know that, you know, the recordings, like we wouldn't record students, but how do we know they won't be recorded at home from our at-home learners and families? And the last thing is, this is for a future conversation, but the last thing is just that we had the motto at our school, and our administrators were awesome for this, but we had the motto to have grace and compassion with our students, and I'm really hoping that gets reciprocated for the teachers as well when we move to trying to maintain our in-person classes as well as the digital academy, because, you know, it's a learning curve for everyone. I know teachers are ready to rise to the occasion, and the ones that aren't, I mean, totally understandable, but just something to consider for teacher evaluations as well as district assessments that may come in the future. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Miss Lisa.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Learning curve for everyone.
Yes, one moment. Let me turn my
Sure.
sound off. Sorry.
All right, go ahead
Hi,
and give
this
us your
is
name, and
Tracy
then you have,
Mucci.
I'm sorry, you already know the routine. Go ahead and give us your name, and you got 3 minutes with the board.
Good evening. This is Tracy Mucci. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm speaking as a parent, and I am only one of many. We hear what you're saying, but we don't hear any actual solutions. At this point, the only thing that seems to make sense is approve Digital Academy and insist everyone go to Digital Academy for now. You could keep bare bones building staff open to get your funding, and you know, we don't know what to do, but nothing any of us is hearing makes any sense. We're all terrified. You know, no one's addressed the HVAC systems, the carpet, so many things. So I leave you with a question. Why has no one mentioned the plans many of us submitted to you that mirror PK Young's plan? Why is no one mentioning it? Are you considering it? If you are, why is no one talking about it? We need you all to do something. And many of us have lost faith. We no longer trust in many of the district's decisions. And a lot of us are ready to take radical action and refuse to return. And if all of us pull our students' enrollments and switch to Florida virtual school or homeschooling, where will your funding be then? Can you put these children's lives on your conscience? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mucci.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
And if all of us pull our students' enrollment and switch to Florida
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Great, okay, it sounds like you already muted your YouTube. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Kimberly. I am a parent and I'm a teacher. My husband is also a teacher. I first wanted to say I second everything the boardroom caller from Lake Forest Teachers for Change said. I second that wholeheartedly. Ms. McNeely said that she knew that parents were watching lessons through Digital Academy. I, as a parent and a teacher, I did this as well. My concerns are with IEPs, 504s, discipline plans, and issues that are going to be on display in live feed for everyone to see, potentially be recorded so that these absent students can make up class. I'm just curious if parents know that their child's IEP, 504, and potential discipline issues are going to be videoed. Like, that's a struggle for me. And how do teachers feel about having the general public monitoring their class day in and day out, while we're just now being asked to learn how to teach while wearing a mask, shield, and a headset with a microphone, teach an in-person class while simultaneously perform for a camera, making sure online kids can see my work while also making sure that I'm performing for the kids on the camera, making sure that I'm getting the 504s and the IEPs for all of my students being met, making sure that the kids are keeping social distance, making sure that I'm keeping social distance, making sure that everyone has supplies, that they're keeping their mask on, that they're all engaged in all of these things. I feel like we're being asked to be circus jugglers, and instead of being teachers. There has to be a better option. I believe that the 504s and IEPs and discipline issues definitely create a legality issue, and that's a concern for me. But furthermore, I just feel like as a teacher, I'm not being set up for success, and that I'm going to be so busy doing all these other things that I'm not going to be able to actually teach, which is why I got into this profession. So I would like to be able to move forward with a plan. It would be smart looking at data. And if we're going to teach science, we need to be able to listen to the science. And the science is saying that going back right now is not smart. Can we just plan for that and move forward and then start opening the schools when it's smart and we have a good plan? Again, the other caller that stated that there's nothing in place. We haven't heard any real answers. Everything is hypothetical, and we understand that you're waiting on things, but we're waiting to start our lives too. Parents, teachers, all of us are, and we want to be able to get it started, and we're not being set up for success. Please consider these options. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kimberly.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Everything is hypothetical, and we understand that you're with.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Valentina. Good evening. And thank you for continuing to consider really important citizen input. I'm calling regarding the Alachua County Digital Academy part of the reopening plan. As a former Alachua County educator and someone who has been doing virtual tutoring for students with and without disabilities since school closures, I just want to make sure that the board understands that it's very unlikely that any teacher, whether it's a novice teacher or a veteran teacher, will be able to provide really high quality instruction to students learning virtually and in person simultaneously. This will be especially the case at the elementary level, but I believe it's true at all levels. Monitoring, differentiation, and classroom management are really critical parts of both teaching and learning. And if teachers are asked to teach two groups of students at the same time, it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for them to successfully monitor and support students' learning and engagement. So board, I urge you to edit this component of the plan, at least for the elementary level. And then based on the details in the current plan, another concern I have is that the educators who have expressed interest in teaching through the Digital Academy don't seem to have the choice to work from home. If they're teaching virtually, teachers should be given the choice to work from home. The board has previously talked about the importance of all families having a choice in regards to reopening options for their children. And even the governor mentioned this during his press conference last week. If Alachua County teachers and staff who are also parents are not given a choice to teach from home and need to return to a school building, that means that they're not being presented with that choice for their family. And then my last concern, I think just regardless of the beginning of the school year percentages of brick and mortar versus digital, the district really should continue to address the need of equitable resources for digital learning. All students must have access to both the devices and internet, because we just really don't know what will happen once the school year begins. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Valentina.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
At the same time, it's going to be.
Yes, just one second.
Sure.
It's not impossible for them.
Me? Hello?
Yes, hi. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board. Actually,
Oh,
can
hi,
you-
my name
I
is
still
Mel.
hear your YouTube in the background. Can you turn it down some more?
Yes, yes. My name is Melissa Hawthorne, and I am a parent and a high school teacher here in the county. And I have a specific question for Mr. Rella. I haven't heard it directly addressed whether or not, like, what it means to have a brick and mortar school be open. I keep hearing everyone say we have to have it open to get the funding, and I understand that. But as a teacher, I also understand that it's really difficult to plan for more than one mode of instruction. And I've been informed, and I believe that based on scheduling, I will have to be teaching a live classroom while I'm simultaneously managing a digital classroom. And I feel like asking me to do both at the same time is asking me to sacrifice the quality of instruction that I'm able to give to all of the students. And I strongly believe that all teachers teaching through one mode of delivery, online through Digital Academy, if I was focusing on just one thing, I could do a really great job. Technology is such that we could have very collaborative, direct teacher-led live instruction, quality instruction online, but not if we're doing both things at the same time. And so my question for Mr. Rella is, what does it mean to open schools? Is it possible to open schools by keeping the doors open and allowing students who don't have internet access, who don't have computers, who need supervision, to come to the school? Now the schools are open, but all students are learning via Digital Academy, and teachers are able to focus 100% of their energy into doing a really great job at one thing. I hope to get an answer. I think that there's a lot of benefits to doing things this way. I think it solves a lot of problems, not just for teachers, but also by lowering the number of students who are coming into the classroom, providing for equity, because all students are learning on the same platform, and making transitions even more seamless, because if we do have to close down, all students will be set up on Digital Academy and no one will miss a beat. Also, we won't lose instructional time, because having a flood of new students coming into a classroom requires a lot of intentional community building and classroom procedures, and that takes time, but it's also really important. And so I would just ask the board to consider that, and I hope to hear an answer from Mr. Rella about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawthorne.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Christy Waldrop, and I'm calling just to have just 2 questions about the Digital Academy. One of my questions being, in the springtime we had where we could view the books through their portal. Will we be able to have books at home for the Digital Academy? For myself, I learn better from a book, and I've noticed my kids learn better from books as well, from an actual physical book. My second question is, with the live lessons, will they be recorded at the same time so that if we need to review them later for a reference that they missed something, can we go back and re-listen to that? And that's all my questions I have for tonight. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Waldrop.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Hello.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, this is Patricia Palmer. I don't know if this is a question or a request, but I'm just asking you all to please get in contact with the Department of Transportation and see how they're going to go about contacting people with possible exposures. I had last Tuesday, I came in contact with somebody that tested positive at our department. And I wasn't notified till a few days later by fellow coworkers. And I just want you guys to know that I am highly upset. I'm angry and I'm almost in a rage because you can't imagine how I felt Monday morning around 1 o'clock when my 13-year-old son came and told me he had been having headaches and chest pains all day. And I had to rush both of my kids to the ER to get tested. And now I'm waiting up to 5 days to see what the results are. And I had to go get myself tested again as well. I'm just upset because I had close contact with my coworker, and I have yet to be notified of the situation. And I'm just going about my life and being around my kids. And I'm hurt right now because I don't know if I exposed my kids to this. And I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss for words because no amount of sorries, no amount of money can replace any one of my children.
Of course not.
And I think it's just sad that we're not getting notified properly. Regardless if I was up there for 15 minutes, an hour, I would have had close contact with that person. And I had to find out from a fellow coworker about the situation, and now possibly one of my kids could have coronavirus, and I'm highly upset. And at this point, I'm just reconsidering even working within this district because this is sad. This is sad. And I just ask that you all please figure out how they're going to handle these type of situations. Just please, because don't nobody need to find out through hearsay or word of mouth about this type of thing. And when you're exposing your kids, and I also take care of my father who's had 2 heart attacks and 3 strokes. So I'm just asking as a parent, could you please find out what's really going on? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead and mute your YouTube.
Okay, got it.
Great. And go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Okay, hi. My name is Melissa Borkowski, and I was calling about some questions about the Digital Academy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to push that button. My first question is that my son has an IEP, and I was wondering, he's in 7th grade and will be doing the Digital Academy. He has some accommodations on his IEP, such as increased time for tests, et cetera. And how will that look when they're doing the Digital Academy? Like as far as testing is concerned, obviously it's going to be done at home, but is the testing going to be live? And will he be given those accommodations that he has already with his IEP? And he also has occupational therapy. Will that be something that he still will be able to get services through if he does the Digital Academy as well? And my second question is that my 3 girls are in elementary school, and they're actually going to be doing the brick and mortar. And I wondered if they will be introduced at some point during that time to the Digital Academy. So in the event that school were to have to close down because of COVID, like it did before, with that way they would be familiar at least with the format of the Digital Academy, so that if they had to also do that at home, they could be able to transition to that pretty easily without having to start all over again like they did before. I know there was like a school district, I believe in Orlando, that was going to be doing the first like 9 days all Digital Academy, so that all the children in the district could be familiar with it. And instead of doing something like that, if they're going to be at brick and mortar, maybe the teachers could introduce them to the Digital Academy on the computer so that they could at least be familiar with it.
And that was my only two questions. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for everything that you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Morkowski. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone? Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, this is Margaret Scarborough.
Okay, great. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes with the board.
Okay, I wanted to start with expanding on some other callers that have called in. As a teacher, most teachers, including myself, we usually don't sit in a chair and teach for a camera to be on us. And I've heard other teachers state tonight that it's impossible what you're asking us to do. You're asking every teacher to go in nurse mode and continually monitor, wipe down, look for, listen for coughs, watch kids as they come in the room, make sure they stay as far apart as they can. Oh, by the way, you need to record to the people at home. Stay in front of that camera. Make sure they can see you. I walk and talk. I interact. I put them in groups. I have a unique room because I'm in the medical academy where I'm over in patients' beds. You know, what you're asking us to do is impossible. It needs to be one or the other, and the one option of everybody going back is not an option. Governor DeSantis said there's two things recently he stated. He said it's very important that parents have a choice, and it's very important that the teachers who need to work from home, that need to work remotely, that's his term, can do so. None of this has been directed towards the teachers. You have so many teachers. I don't think you realize that need to work remotely. How are you going to do this? My next question for you is I'm blessed to have a child in PK Young this year, and I was baffled by what they were doing, but I was just awed because it's amazing. They're all virtual. It's called virtual PK. Is this possible? Could we do it? You know, they are putting every student, you have a choice. You either do virtual at home or virtual at school. What it's doing is these students have realized that they can't change classes. They stay in one cohort of students. They go to lunch with just those students. They are not allowed to interact with anybody else on campus. That person's room they're in may or may not be their teacher. So they can contact trace all the time. But what it's done is you would reduce the amount of students on campus because most students are older high school students are on campus. They want to see their friends. And I don't blame them because I have a senior. She misses her friends. So if you would do something like that and just say, you know what, Alachua County Schools is going virtual. It's either virtual at GHS or Eastside or, you know, whatever school, or it's virtual at home. Students will not change classes. You will stay there. You will get online and you will do virtual school at school. What you're going to get is students on campus that need to be there because their parents are working, and students on campus because they need to eat lunch there, or some of those students that we couldn't get, work from because we just lost contact with them. So you would reduce that amount. Either you've got to have everybody working digitally from home, or you've got to have some kind of program that works. What you're asking will not work. We can't do everything you are asking for, and watch out for our safety. That's all I have for you. Y'all did better on your touching your face, but there's still about 3 of you with problems. But I appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you, Ms. Scarborough.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
My name is Diane McDelda, and I am a teacher over at GHS. And you've had some really great callers today. I hope that you're listening, especially with respect to the definition of what is really meant by brick and mortar, and also talking about PK Young's plan and really how innovative it is. And we've tried to express that to you multiple times, and I feel like we've never gotten a response. But what I really wanted to mention tonight was Alex Rella presented the budget numbers. He also mentioned that we're barely in phase 2 of the pandemic, a pandemic as defined by CDC. I hope you all have made yourselves familiar with the CDC requirements. If you have, you'll know that at this time, Alachua County only meets 2 of the criteria of 6 criteria. That's for phase 1. Okay, phase 1 is school shutdown. We only meet 2 of those criteria. I've asked Paul Myers why we're even in phase 2, but he won't respond to my emails unless I insult him. Then he responds, and I'm not kidding. He will not respond to just a just question. He won't answer it. He's evasive, and he won't explain things. And this is a big deal. Also, according to CDC, returning students to school where they change classes is high risk. So by you bringing students back to school, to brick and mortar where they're not in pods like at PK and they are changing classes is considered high risk. I want you guys to know that I speak for a number of people who do not agree with how you're handling this situation. So here's my question. What will it take for you, Karen Clark, as superintendent, because it's your name on the line, okay, to shut down schools? Are you ready to accept the responsibility of putting students and teachers in a high-risk situation during a pandemic? Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. McDilda.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone? Hello, caller, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, this is Marcus Ford.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes with the board.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my time and for all the feedback that each of you are taking. I had not heard about the PK Young virtual school, but the more I hear, it just seems to make a lot of sense. So I hope y'all really will have some discussion about that. And I know Ms. Clark mentioned that we're trying to limit the amount of dual teaching, but I think we've heard loud and clear from the teachers that's not really feasible. So an idea, if y'all do go down that road, that I would, suggest, or as a thought, I know McNeely and Ms. Certain are writing this down. Thank y'all for your feedback and just your presence, but maybe a mandatory para for dual teachers, and that way you can kind of have the para doing the digital or vice versa, or kind of monitoring the digital and helping with that. And then again, just grace and compassion for teachers. So we're basically asking in that dual model or flex model for teachers to do 2 jobs. Does that mean they're going to get an additional, pay or stipend? I think that's something to, put on the table. And then again, I mentioned this last week, how are we going to protect the teachers if they get sick? Extended leave time, I think, is critical as well. And then, how are we going to address the inequities that we all know that exist? How are we going to, what's the plan to bridge the inequality gap in this dual registration or dual model system? I'd like to hear some talk about that. And I know you got to submit the plan, I think you said by July 31st, but when are we going to know if the model is approved? And then something I haven't seen online or anything like that, for people who are having to go virtual, what are the specifics for the laptop that's needed? I think one of the other callers said is a camera needed. And, I'd like us to get that information as soon as possible, because I would imagine there would be a shortage in laptops, given that scenario. But just to echo one of the other callers for inequality gap, make sure that everyone, in the low income have access to a device, access to the internet. And one of the things we do at our job is have a tech support team that can literally log into your computer and walk you through getting set up. I think implementing something like that to ensure that, you know, every parent can get access. When we had the emergency shutdown last March, it was very frustrating trying to get on to the different platforms for my son, and it really was a barrier to get them the education that he needed. So having like a tech support line that people could call to get access and help, I think would be helpful, where they could log in and walk people through. And just hope you will, you know, consider these questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fort. We are writing them down. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, again.
Go ahead, give us your name then, please, and you have 3 minutes with the board.
My name is Andrew. First, I'd like to sincerely thank the board for your continued service during this crisis. None of you signed up for this, and you're all dealing with it, so thank you for your service. I can't say that enough. I called with a bunch of facts a couple of weeks ago. I would just like to provide an update. Today, over 100 people in Alachua tested positive for the virus. Unfortunately, I'm sure you have all heard, a 9-year-old girl in Florida has passed away from COVID-19 with no underlying issues. And this week in Florida, there has been a 23% surge in the hospitalization rates of children from COVID-19. I know as you look towards science, it can be confusing. There's a lot of conflicting opinion out there. And what we do with science is try to look for the consensus. And I ask you to remember that thousands of pediatricians have signed an open letter to Governor Ron DeSantis asking him to stop this mandate to reopen schools. Again, thank you for your service and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew.
For the consensus.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
I ask you to remember that thousands of pediatricians have signed an open letter.
Go ahead and turn down your YouTube.
Asking him to
Yes, I'll
stop
turn it
this.
off. Is that good?
Yes, sounds
Good.
great. But go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Courtney Simmons, and I speak to you tonight as a taxpayer, community member, and parent in Alachua County. I've stood before you before, primarily in critique and opposition to some of the decisions that this board has made. Tonight, I come to you with a spirit of cooperation and effort to strengthen community relationships. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, every one of us in this room are in situations and facing decisions that we never anticipated. We are all coping with loss and fear and uncertainty to varying degrees. We are all trying to make sound decisions for our families and our children. None of us have ever been in this situation before, and hopefully this will truly be a once-in-a-lifetime event. Based on my knowledge of public health data and increasing cases in our state, I do not personally believe that now is the prudent time for us to reopen our schools. However, I do realize that in some respects, decisions are being made at a higher level than the ACSB. I face the realization that schools are more than likely going to reopen in Florida sooner than I would prefer, and that for some families, going back to school may very well be the best option they have available. My academic training was as a teacher, but my professional career experience has been in healthcare. That being said, I make comparisons between the professions of teachers and nurses frequently. Commonalities include both are female-dominated fields, industries where there's little room for upward mobility, and occupations where nurturing, caregiving, time management, rapid problem-solving, and interpersonal skills are required to be successful. Utilizing COVID-19 lens, I've seen other similarities. Just as a nurse would never leave their crashing patient at a bedside, the teachers that I know would never choose to leave their children behind in a time of crisis. Every teacher I know is weighing their options and trying to determine how they can best protect their students. To continue this analogy, I feel that asking our teachers to manage both a digital and traditional classroom simultaneously is a grave mistake. Just as you would not expect a nurse to carry a full inpatient caseload and simultaneously provide in-home care for a few patients, it is not practical for a teacher, especially at the elementary school level. The concept of asking a teacher to be both in class and digital at the same time is, in my opinion, not realistic.
Surely there is a creative way to pair up digital students with digital teachers, or perhaps provide additional teachers per class in order to make the situation possible. While I do not expect a perfect plan from the board or other district leaders, it is a daunting and impossible task to imagine every unique child and scenario. That being said, now is the time for the school board to clearly articulate what the current challenges, concerns, and obstacles are, and directly ask the community, be it parents, churches, fellow board members at the city, county, or municipal level, to work together. Alachua County is the most giving community I've ever lived in, but we need to be painfully honest with one another so we can work together to solve these problems. You are not alone in this predicament, but you have to be transparent about the current state and over-communicate what the needs are so that we can work together as a community to solve them. I also implore you to thoroughly flesh out the procedures regarding the notification process in the event that a student or staff member is exposed. Having sound district-wide policies will be critical. While individual health information is indeed private and confidential, being exposed to an infectious disease should not be secretive or confusing. Staff members should be treated with professional courtesy and provided with the accommodations to stay home in the event that they have symptoms or believe they are capable of risking the health of others in our school buildings. We will all reflect on this period with the acknowledgement that there were some things we could have done better or differently. I truly believe in the adage that crisis forces, yes, sir, crisis forces opportunity. In this case, our crisis can be an opportunity to prove that we really value our teachers, staff, students, and community relationships. Thank you for your time and consideration of my remarks. We can do better, Alachua County.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Hi, yes.
Okay, go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Okay. Hi, I'm Maggie Paxson. I'm a teacher, science teacher, and the department chair of science at Gainesville High School. I wanted to call and talk to you guys a little bit tonight about the Digital Academy from a secondary science perspective, and also from a perspective of a teacher who is one of those people who teaches the singleton classes that you guys keep saying is going to be a little tricky to schedule. So I have a couple of key concerns. My first is in regards of FTE and allotment of teachers. I know we've talked a little bit about how FTE is going to be allocated and determined. It's still unclear to me because I thought there were some things that would be changing after the first 9 weeks in terms of what the governor's order, the state DOE order had said. But what doesn't really make sense is how our teacher allocation is going to work in terms of student numbers when we know that students are shifting drastically. So, for example, if 40% of students are leaving a brick and mortar academy and we're expecting all of those teachers to stay in that physical space, how will the allotment for those teachers work? How will we be able to provide enough education for all the kids and what they need? Another concern for me is in terms of the scheduling. There seems to be a lot of kind of impossible finagling. We keep saying things like it's a little tricky. Obviously, there's going to be a learning curve. We all have to work together, et cetera. But again, from a secondary perspective, what we are being faced with is a really massively impossible endeavor. The synchronous and asynchronous isn't really defined into the digital plan. It seems like sometimes it might be at the same, like we're webcamming, but if we're not webcamming at the same time as our students, with our live brick and mortar students, there would have to be separate sections, which is going to make the scheduling on the especially high school and middle school level virtually impossible. Students will end up having to choose between which classes they take. They likely won't be able to get all of their options, and very close to the start of school, we're going to end up with a pretty much impossible master schedule at many of our schools. What's also concerning is we don't really know exactly how many of these decisions are being made. We don't know if these are going to be individual school decisions, if the board is going to be stepping in, how will teachers be assigned or allocated. If 20% of our students are opting for Alachua eSchool, will 20% of teachers from brick and mortar academies around the county be reallocated into this eSchool model? Will we have a say in this? At this point, as of July 28th, teachers still have not been surveyed on what we personally prefer. Asking us our comfort level, months back or weeks back as things are rapidly changing isn't really
an adequate solution for a survey asking whether or not we are physically capable of being in a brick and mortar environment. We're rapidly approaching the school year, and many of us are afraid of when we're going to learn these answers. Lots of teachers have called in saying we're not being set up for success and that it's simply impossible, and I can't agree more. I hope the board really seriously considers an all digital option, at least for the higher levels of learning where students are able to supervise themselves, because anything else is unsafe and impossible for both our students and our faculty and staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Paxton.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
The synchronous and asynchronous isn't really defined as a
Hello?
plan. It seems like sometimes it might be at the same, like we're webcamming, but if we're not webcamming at the same time with students with our live brick and mortar.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
I can, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Eric Kyle. I'm a teacher at Westwood. You can tell your son I said hello again this week, too. So thanks for taking the call. I want to thank everyone who's called in already today with such great points, especially seems to be a lot of consensus around PK Young having a really reasonable plan this week. Agreed. That's amazing. One of the main things I wanted to talk about today is from the beginning of the meeting, there was some talk about simultaneously teaching students in the classroom and online. And I want to just sort of highlight how just absurdly difficult this would be. I teach 8th grade. It's already pretty difficult most times to like manage a classroom, ensure that everyone's learning, like do some differentiation, all this stuff. You're also asking me to like clean desks between classes or to recruit students to help out doing that, which seems to defeat the purpose of cleaning in the first place. You're expecting me to monitor students like physical safety and my own also. And now we have to like potentially manage a group of students who are going to be online. That just seems like a totally unreasonable option to have on the table, even though I understand that you're saying that this is only going to be like hopefully only going to be for cases of, special classes. If it's an option in the district, it's going to be used. Somebody's going to see that it's an easy thing to do if a student has to leave school for, some amount of time or a couple students, and it's just going to be really difficult. So I think that option should just be taken off the table. End of segment. Next segment. I just wanted to say, if you're a baseball fan, you know that the Miami Marlins have had their season suspended. They made it 4 days. They made it 4 days into the season before half of their team got sick. These are multimillionaires with multiple doctors. They're being tested multiple times a day. And so I just wanted to bring that up. Also, the 17 or 18 anesthesiologists and residents from UF Health that just came down because they were at a house party. These people are MDs. What do you think middle school students are going to do? Alachua County currently, according to the New York Times, has 1 in 82 people in Alachua County have it. They have 100 cases just today. Districts around my hometown in Michigan have either decided to go fully digital for the first 9 weeks at least, or they've gone to a split schedule where half the students are coming Monday, Tuesday, half on Thursday, Friday, with a deep clean of the whole building on Wednesday. All these districts are in places with fewer cases or at most comparable to what we've got. And they've decided it's too big of a risk to students, their parents, and staff to return to the classroom. And they also, and I don't think anyone's brought this up yet, they also don't have 25,000 college students returning to campus before school starts. So, the idea that the infections rate is going to go down or somehow get safer before then it's just a fantasy. I want to ask just directly, like, who among you on the school board has been actively telling the state administration that the plan to open in August is not feasible? That there are a significant number of parents and teachers calling in weekly to say that this is not safe and that they're not comfortable with that. And finally, I just want to invite anyone who's willing to come on down to Westwood on day one when we're going to have a couple of hundred kids in the cafeteria before the first bell rings for the day as they're eating breakfast. So I wanted to ask you that while you guys are all sitting in the comfort of your own offices and homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
would it be possible to have a 5-minute break?
Okay, it's 8:30.
3 hours and 10 minutes, so it has been more than 3 hours since we started.
Okay, 3 hours and 10 minutes. Okay. Is everybody's amenable to that? Let's do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And just, I'm going to mute everybody just so you know that when we come back.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Just remind everyone that we're on a mute all, so when we come back in, be sure to unmute yourself. So I think we're just waiting on Mrs. Certain and Dr. McNeely.
Bad to mute when your machine locks up and turn your video off. No, I was talking.
Whenever you're ready, Mrs. Roy, I can get the next caller.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Clea Delorio, and I work for Gainesville High School.
Go ahead.
Hi, I would just like to tell you guys that today I participated in the car driving protest, mostly because my 78-year-old mother, who still works for the school board and has been teaching for 50 years, wanted to go through the drive-through with me. I'm responsible for helping to care for her and her husband, as far as getting them groceries and helping to keep them isolated. But I also teach, and like so many callers have said, nobody's asked the teachers if they'll be able to come in, or if they'll be simply deserting family members if they are forced to come in. My stepmom, who I mentioned, is going to have to quit, obviously. She doesn't really participate in the digital realm like she would need to be able to do the job that she does. And I think it's really sad that we're losing so many veteran teachers. I know so many of my friends who are teachers who are leaving for a year or have already resigned permanently. And I just want to say to you guys that you should really look at your assets, which are your teachers and your principals, and think about what you're putting us through and how many of us you're going to lose because of this. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Delorio.
Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me on the phone? Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can.
Great, go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Yes, my name is Armando Grundy Gomez, and I'm just calling to let you all know that I have some concerns with the reopening process, and it is my hope that you all will consider still going digital. Hearing a lot of the teachers and educators and staff and faculty this evening express their consternation and their concern, it is my hope that you all will listen listen to them because there's some tangible concerns. And like some of the previous educators and callers, I believe Mr. Ford was one of them, had expressed and asked a question, or one of the callers asked a question that have any of you asked the state administration about what it is to actually have a plan of opening digitally, rather than saying we're not prepared, because it appears we have select schools, PK Young can open, and it seems to be an okay plan with them going digitally, but we don't have a digital plan for the rest of our public school system. Also, with respect to a lot of the educators tonight as well, stating to you all emphatically that, you know, you're going to have them do a lot more tasks and take on a lot more things, such as having a camera, being able to teach within the classroom, being able to teach digitally, having to handle IEPs, having to handle a multitude of things. They already have a tough job enough of being an educator and being a teacher. Asking them to be a nurse, a guidance counselor, a social worker, and many other things that's probably not in their job description. It is my hope that I was hoping that Karen McCann and the ACEA would have also taken the side of them as educators and come up and say that this plan is not acceptable. It's not an acceptable plan. And I'm just wondering right now, where is the ACEA in protecting these educators about a plan that is not really in the best interest of the people that they're supposed to be backing? It seems to be a select group they're backing, but not everybody. And really, we need to have a union that represents everybody and not a select few, because you're having a lot of educators, whether they be from Lake Forest or Wiles or Idlewild or many other areas, that are communicating to you all that this is not a plan that meets muster or passes muster. And the governor has already been sued by the FEA. The governor is already backing down from his plan of forcing. So your hands are not tied as far as receiving those federal dollars or state dollars. This is something you all are choosing to take upon amongst yourselves. And I'm hoping that you all, one of you at least, will reconsider. I remain hopeful, but that doesn't appear to be pragmatic or logical. And I digress with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Sorry, I was muted. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can.
Great, go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Mary Hidala. I'm the parent of 2 elementary students at Talbot Elementary. I was the PTA president for 2 years there, and I'm also a substitute teacher. I also have a daughter starting at Fort Clark. I have a couple of questions regarding the Digital Academy, specifically for the elementary level. Number one, I'm concerned about the length of the live digital day. Has there been a consideration of grouping instructional classes like social studies, ELA, math, science, and writing into one block so we can reduce live screen time from about 6 hours to 3 hours? I found it impossible to imagine putting my first grade son and my fourth grade son in front of a computer and have them focus for 6 hours a day, even with the small breaks for lunch or PE or interrupted PE throughout the day. My second question, I know Superintendent Clark discussed the secondary grades being allowed to do a split between Digital Academy and Alachua eSchool. But I'm wondering specifically regarding gifted classes, since those are not offered from Alachua eSchool, would it be possible for an elementary student to, I guess, jump into just the Digital Academy gifted classes so that they did not miss out on that? The third thing, which I haven't heard anyone discuss, and I've spent a lot of time with you guys, is wondering about homework on top of virtual instruction. I imagine that it would be very hard to convince the child to do any more work at the end of the day. And then I do want to chime in about, I don't feel that in-person instruction would be safe right now with the COVID levels, and based on testing delays and lack of communication of exposure. We need to have a strong online learning program in place because we will need it at some point. And the thought of having a digital academy and in-person synchronous teaching seems like an impossible task. Just considering how hard it's going to be to manage elementary school age students and telling them that every normal child behavior they can't do anymore. You can't get close to this person, you can't touch this person. So those are my concerns. I hope that you will consider some of those, and I'll possibly get some answers later. I appreciate your time and everything you guys are doing to try to have a safe opening. Take care.
Thank you, Mary.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
I'm here.
Great, go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, I'm Haley. I am teaching intermediate at Alachua County, one of our public schools here. So I'm just calling in to address what we're talking about. I have a few questions for you. The major one that I am dealing with is about the Digital Academy. I am going back brick and mortar myself because my two children had to go back brick and mortar. And I understand the different circumstances that people are going through. My only question is, with the Digital Academy, I know that we are trying to use those spots for people who have underlying health issues, but where do we draw the line? Because at this point, every teacher that I know has some type of underlying health issue. I myself have very extreme asthma that I have to take steroids for, as well as my rescue inhaler and pills, as well as high blood pressure. But when it comes down to it, compared to teachers that are battling cancer, that is so minimum. It doesn't even touch what some of our teachers are going through. At that point, though, how is it safe? How is it to say, okay, well, I'm going to put this teacher in this circumstance, but you just have asthma and you'll probably be okay. It's really scary to me. And I'm going back, but I'll be honest, I am terrified. I'm ready to go back. I'm so ready to see my students. I miss them. I love them, but I am absolutely terrified. I pray every night, just please, if I get this, let me at least be able to handle it and be able to come out of it, because I have two elementary students myself, one kindergarten with special needs and one third grader with high needs. So I just ask you to please, when you're thinking of the Digital Academy, I was hoping and praying that my class size would be smaller because of this. But if we put all of these students in a Digital Academy with one digital teacher, what happens to my class size? Is my class size overabundant because I choose to teach brick and mortar? Is that safe for me? That's just something I really want you to think about. I appreciate you guys so much for everything you do, and I hate to end on a funny note, but with great power comes great responsibility, and you guys have this power, and unfortunately you have the responsibility, but I trust that you'll make the right decisions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone? Hello?
Hello,
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Mary Vincent.
Okay, yeah, we were having phone problems with you earlier.
Yes, and that's what Mr. Moe, I was wanting to finish up what I was saying. I think you missed my end part.
Go ahead, Mary.
Go ahead.
Hello, this is Mary Vincent from Transportation. I'm sorry the phone was messing up and I didn't get a chance to finish or you all to hear me. I was listening to my coworker who came in and was talking about her ordeal with her children. It was very touching because all of us have families. And I wanted to finish up my end part. I think at transportation, one of our biggest things is that we don't have communication. We need communication to be truthful and consistent with all employees. When COVID-19 knocks at our door, like it is now, please be supportive. Please be compassionate. Please be informative for our safety. We can perish because of a lack of knowledge. How do we overcome this situation? And I am pleading to you all, tell us as a department and as coworkers, do we matter? Do we really matter? It is so important. And right now, transportation, I feel like is in, I don't know what, but I am talking to Miss Karen. You know, I don't know what she's been told, but I really want you to look into this a little deeper. I am talking to Dr. Paulson. I am pleading to you and Mr. Hyatt. Please look into this. Sometimes you're told things, but they're not like what you're told. There is things that need to be cleaned up. There is communication that needs to be done. And there are employees who have not been given information. This is what we have got to stop. We have to let people know what's going on. We cannot solve these problems if we're still covering up. And we got to be ready for a school year. Right now, we only have maybe 1/3 of employees, and we have major problems. What's going to happen when the 2/3 employees come back? And we're having these little issues right now. And they're not just isolated to the Gainesville. They're in the outlying compound. So I don't want anybody to say I'm lying. I want you to check for yourself and see what you find out and see what you can do to help us. I really do appreciate you all. You all have a big job on you with transportation. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Benson.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone? Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can.
Great, go ahead and give us your name and you have 3 minutes with the board.
My name is Cassandra Tucci, and I'm just calling in to voice a lot of the same things that have been voiced already, but basically we are facing a life and death decision right now. All of the details that have been talked about and keep being talked about can be worked out at a later date. We're talking about our students and our teachers' lives, and what needs to happen is we need to make the decision to go to virtual completely for everybody and work out what we can with the physical plans for the people who need physical learning and need in-person learning. We have community members, we have commission members, county commission, city commission, parents, teachers, staff. We have a group of people. We have a plan from PK Young, who is a part of our University of Florida system that has been approved by the state. That is a perfect plan that makes sense for almost everybody in the district. We should be following this plan as closely as possible. Seems like we have the support and the needs for this plan to be met. All of these details that keep being talked about, we can work out in the next few weeks. What needs to be decided tonight is for the safety of all of our students and teachers and staff to not have to force any sort of brick and mortar opening in 3 weeks. Everybody on digital, everybody being taken care of. This is doable and we need to make it happen. Please answer, why aren't we following PK Young's plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tucci.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Hello, Brian.
Yes. Is this Ms. Playback?
Hey, it's Janine Playback. Yes, how are you guys?
Good, go ahead. You got 3 minutes with the board, Ms. Playback.
Okay, good afternoon. Well, no, it's not even afternoon. Good evening, everybody. I just want to say that, first of all, the Digital Academy, we need to go virtual, but we cannot do digital with a camera and have brick and mortar at the same time. And I think that's been obviously reiterated by a lot of people. And as a teacher, I'm very proud of my teachers at Gainesville High School that have called in tonight and told you that. In our program, there's just no way I can do both. So that, I think, has been expressed. PK Young is a wonderful, viable option. But I want to appeal to you as a mother, as a teacher, as a nurse. I was very touched by the transportation woman who called in. And I think what we have to remember, when I was listening to Alex Rella's presentation, one child is worth more than $30 million. And I don't think any of us want to bury any child at our school or any faculty member. So why don't we embrace the PK Young model and go virtual for 9 weeks? And you know what? Guess what? I bet the governor is going to end up changing his mind. And even if he doesn't, this community has been so generous in their funding to our schools. So we lose $30 million, but we saved lives. I can't imagine as a mom to bury my child. And as a nurse, I can tell you I've held many children dying in my arms. And I don't want that to happen to anybody here. So please, 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 when you get approval for this digital academy, because you will get approval, think about modeling the cohort of PK and submit a revision, because there's no way can we safely go back into the school system right now by what's going on. And frankly, I want to echo what other people have said about Paul Myers. He is condescending. He is not welcome to any conversations. And he is going to be the person that from the health department that is going to determine whether we close or not. Then I'm very scared for our community. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Janine.
Oh, can you hear me
I
on
want
the
to
phone?
echo what other people have said.
Yes, I can.
Great. Go ahead and give us your name, and you have 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, this is Carly Simon. I had a couple of points that I wanted to talk about. So first off, I would agree with many of the other points about the Digital Academy plan of PK Young. I think it's important to consider. And here's some of my reasons. So the discussion about student populations, and I can't recall the right percentage, but let's just assume 40% of the students from the survey chose the brick and mortar option. I mean, it's not going to fall out where 40% from every school is going to be deducted down, because that's how it's going to evenly distribute. It won't evenly distribute. And so what we're going to have is you're going to have certain schools that lose a larger population and some that don't. And so you're going to run into some logistic problems, which is going to make it ineffective, inequitable, and inefficient across schools. And if I was an administrator at these schools, I would find this to be incredibly overwhelming and hard to manage. I also think that there's opportunities, especially if this decision is made now, to go DA for all, because time is critical. We're running out of time. And so what you could have are teachers from the same subject areas building their courses, so they could break up the entire year's worth or semester's worth into sections, and people could pair up to build these robust courses that end up being similar across. And this would also provide opportunities for certain teachers to focus on building lessons and modules that focus on perhaps remediation or even accelerated modules. So if you were to have them kind of team build their courses, you would probably be able to get more out of it than asking every single teacher to individually build their entire course, because it's just not going to be as efficient. I think you also could benefit from the concept of using a flipped classroom model, where a lot of the digital lessons are in pre-developed components in these modules, and then any sort of a class time that can be for, facilitating discussion, having time for questions and answers. I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunities in technology that if you decide to go this way, you could do some very amazing, innovative work, which I believe is actually part of the title of this Digital Academy opportunity that the state has offered. The other thing is
that I find I don't think teachers can teach digitally online and teach in a face-to-face setting. I think that is, well, absolutely ridiculous and would be very, very hard to do. But I think even something else that people need to consider is asynchronous and synchronous. And you guys now have been sitting in board meetings that have lasted about 6 hours to 8 hours for a few weeks now. And I think if you're asking children to do this 5 days a week, I think you need to put yourself in that situation and really determine, is that even feasible? So I think there's obviously need for synchronous to make sure that you're keeping track of students. And believe me, I have teenage boys that I need them to have a schedule. So there needs to be some sort of a balance and some sort of a structure. But I really do share some of the thoughts that have already been mentioned, that asking my child to sit at a computer for 6 to 8 hours, 5 days a week, just seems to be a ridiculous expectation that I pretty much know that all my children would have some kind of a revolt. So if you could please take these ideas into consideration, I'm happy to talk more about this. I've taught online for a while, and I know there's many people in the community that would love to help. And I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Hello.
Yes, hi. Can you go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Hello. How y'all doing? My name is Andrea Ratliff.
Say that again, please.
Andrea.
Undrill Ratliff.
Yes.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I'm calling because I'm a very concerned bus driver. Today, I just got a call from the health department saying that I have the COVID-19, and I can't. It really bothers me because a person that already had it, it wasn't never told. It never was. They never said, go check yourself. So I took it upon myself to go check, and I came back positive, and that really hurts my feeling and hurt my heart. But my question to you is, I'm going to do what the doctors say, whatever they tell me to do, the quarantine 14 days. But when I finish and it's over and it's done and I retake it, I am not going to feel safe going back to the job when you haven't done the CDC guidelines of what's going on. It's scary. It's not right. And I think y'all don't need to open up the schools. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Andrell.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, good. You go ahead and mute the YouTube in the background, and then give us your name, and you have 3 minutes with the board.
Yes, this is Patrice Parker. Quickly, in 6 days, you have staff going back to school to participate in Gear Up training. 13 days, the rest of the teachers will be heading back into buildings, and we still have no real approved plan in place with all the details hashed out, and apparently without a good plan in place of a notification system where people are actually being notified when they are coming in contact with people who are working amongst them that are positive, and the contact tracing, it still doesn't seem like there's a good plan in place where that is actually being executed with validity. So that still needs to be hashed out. I have yet to hear who's teaching the parents and students on the use of this new platform that's being used this school year. Is that going to be on the teachers as well to teach that to the parents and the students? Who gets called if students are having tech issues during class? In regards to progress monitoring in the reopening plan, what does a heightened focus on progress monitoring and accelerating student learning look like? How have pacing guides been changed and modified to account for the fourth quarter of the last school year and taking into account the new ways students are learning and teachers are now being required to teach? Will teacher evaluations be lessened or modified due to these new conditions? Will teachers be extended the same grace and compassion we are being asked to extend to our students? What is the district's expectations of the teachers? How will substitutes be expected to manage 2 different classrooms in person and digitally if the teacher is out? These are all still questions that I've yet to hear the answers to. Transparency is key in times like this. I feel transparency is still lacking in this situation, and that's not a very good sign. It does not make me as a teacher, as an employee of the district, feel safe, feel comfortable, and everyone needs to be as transparent as possible. So I urge you, please, if you need me to repeat any of those questions, I have no problem. Hopefully you guys wrote all of those down, but please, please, please address the questions that have been asked, and please, at all possible, be transparent. It's crucial, it's needed, it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Palmer. Mr. Moore, how many citizens do we have waiting to
There are,
speak?
6 in the queue right now.
6 in the queue.
It
All
might
right.
be better to just go ahead and finish so that they.
Yes, let's go ahead and finish, and then we'll take a break, and maybe we can address some of these questions that have been asked. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Hi, I hear you.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Katie Martin. Thank you for listening to citizens, taking calls, and releasing more details each week. It takes a lot of work to reimagine what school will look like and how it will function in the midst of a pandemic. However, school is complex. Each school day has thousands of moving parts. No one person or even a small committee could possibly envision all of the potential bottlenecks in the day. I am a 5th grade teacher, and I could not tell you all of the potential risk factors involved in a kindergarten day at the school where I teach. It really comes down to the smallest of details. Let's please involve teachers, bus drivers, food service employees, custodians, and other school-based staff from a variety of schools in some type of task force to address every minute of a school day, to make sure that every minute, from the minute each child-owned employee crosses the threshold onto ACPS property until they cross back over that threshold at the end of the day, is safe and conforms to CDC guidelines and best practices. And if we as a district cannot guarantee safety in the midst of a raging pandemic, then let's pause the conversation on returning instruction via brick and mortar until it is safe to do so. As another caller mentioned, Alachua County does not even meet half of the criteria for phase 1, yet we are somehow in phase 2. That wasn't your call, but we have to take action based on public health. Not to mention, as I've said in previous weeks, UF students are poised to return. That's a huge influx into our community. The Digital Academy plan has a great deal of promise. Much research exists on best practices for creating a class community in a digital classroom and incorporating best classroom management and instructional practices. It takes a great deal of time for teachers to reimagine their entire curriculum for a digital platform. With proper time, training, resources, and opportunities to collaborate, it can happen. It can be done well. We can rise above the phoenix that we were rising from the ashes back in the spring. However, if we focus the majority of our efforts and staff members on trying to get brick and mortar to have the perception of being slightly less than completely unsafe, then in a matter of weeks, when COVID cases inevitably spike and result in every class and child abruptly pivoting to Digital Academy, that will have teachers once again building the airplane while learning how to fly while already at 30,000 feet. Let's put all of our eggs into one basket, the Digital Academy. We've got to set teachers and students up for success. This will allow all teachers and students to mentally and physically prepare for the task ahead. Teachers will know how to design their first few weeks of instruction and beyond. It's going to be drastically different from normal, whether it's brick and mortar or digital academy. So let's please not have teachers and principals completely rethinking all of their systems for a brick and mortar situation, only to suddenly have to make that shift to digital academy. That shift would likely be even more jarring for students. Let's, again, give teachers opportunities to collaborate and use their unique strengths to build robust digital classes. We want this to work so that kids have their academic, social, and emotional needs met. Equity, as other callers have stated, is a huge issue in our county. We must start now to have a plan in place for all of our students. Computers, internet, and a safe, supervised place to do schoolwork. TK Young has addressed this, with parents deciding whether their students will access virtual instruction at home or on campus. According to a recent Miami Herald article, kids ages 10 and up spread COVID at about the same rate as adults. But where have the kids ages 5 through 10 been since March? Mostly at home, since organized sports and activities that have been operating this summer tend to be more available for older kids. Do we really want to provide an environment to test whether kids ages 5 through 10 don't actually spread the virus? We lost a local 9-year-old girl to COVID last week. We've had exposures on multiple campuses in our district this summer. The bottom line is that it is not safe to
close, please.
Yes, thank you. The bottom line is that it is not safe to return to in-person school right now. Let's get creative and use PK's plan as a guide. It's been approved by the state, and ensure that the plan in place is one that is safe. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, thank you. The bottom line is that it is not safe.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Let me just turn the YouTube.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Okay, yes. My name is Jessica Mori, and I'm a parent of 3 in the county and also a teacher. And I just wanted to express how impressed I've been by all of my teacher colleagues who have called in with their comments. I just wanted to reiterate the concern of teaching both digital learning and brick and mortar at the same time for the same class. I know that I think that if the high schools are given that option, they will exercise.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? Ms. Maury? She didn't drop, she's still there, so I'm going to put her back in the waiting room. We'll try back. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can.
Great, could you go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Yes, my name is Tony Camerata. I work at Howard Bishop Middle School. I'm also the parent of 3 children at Talbot Elementary School. I just want to say a few things. I love my kids, and I also love my students, and I also love the professionals that I work with. We have a really wonderful school system in this county, and our goal should be to maintain that excellence even through a situation that none of us really expected to have to deal with. We all want what's best for them, and I hope that through these meetings that we can do just that. I think it's been really clear from the multiple teachers who have called and bus drivers and staff that right now what is currently being proposed is not best for anyone. In fact, the problem is that it sets both our staff and our students up for failure. And I want to give you just a quick example of that. So last year, one of the struggles that we had at Howard Bishop was with broadband. And this year we will be on the same campus as Westwood. So if you can imagine, we have all these teachers who have cameras, who are teaching digitally, who are also teaching in the classroom, and who are streaming to the kids on digital, and the kids in the classroom, a lot of them are going to be on computers. Well, last year we wasted a ton of time because the broadband couldn't handle that much going through. Imagine what that would be now.
So I also wanted to obviously address a couple of other things. First, this is really dangerous. Let me be really clear. People will die from getting the virus from the Alachua County schools. People will get really sick and people will die. And in fact, the more we find out about this virus, the more long-term the consequences seen, even if they recover from the original virus. Your decision tonight as the school board, what you make tonight is going to determine whether you put the safety of our students as well as our staff as a priority. And that should be what we're most concerned with. Second is the uncertainty. Parents and teachers and students hate uncertainty, and I think that's why we're all calling in. Right now with the infection rate in Alachua County at over 100 a day and college students coming back into town very soon, the rates are going to go up. Most likely, schools will be shut down. In fact, baseball, who had every precaution imaginable put into place, couldn't get in 4 days without having a pretty major outbreak. Imagine what it's going to be like for schools. We will be going digital eventually because there will be outbreaks, not to mention that we don't nearly have the subs to handle the infections that we have. In our school, we were short of subs all the time. As a teacher, I can't fully plan out my classes to bring out the best in my students without having certainty. And I'm going to go with what everyone else has been saying as my conclusion. The obvious answer is that we go digital for the first quarter. If we as teachers have certainty, then we can start figuring out how to be best for our students. But as of now, we don't know. I wish that these decisions would have taken place in the spring when we had time to train everyone to be the best for these kids, when we had time for these kids that were struggling the most to lift them up and figure out what was best for them, but we don't. But we do have this PK Young model. We do have a model which everyone who has been speaking at these meetings has said is a good plan. Everyone virtual, but there's a place where the kids who need a place to go and can get help if they're struggling. Let's keep our students and our teachers safe and do this the right way. Let's follow PK Young's model. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Camarado.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, sorry.
Is this Ms. Maury?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you went dead before, so go ahead and start over.
Okay, so sorry. All right, so I'm a parent of 3, and my kids are actually all wanting to go back to school. But as a teacher, I have concerns about the model of teaching both digitally and in person at the same time. I just think that in instructional design, I would be designing those courses differently, and that I could do best serving all my students if, my 4 sections of AP Gov were divided between the kids who wanted Digital Academy and the kids who wanted brick and mortar. So I think that I would encourage the board to consider a resolution in the future that they would not have high flex for elementary school students, and that in the secondary level, there would be a directive to the administration at the secondary schools not to have these high flex classes unless it was an instance where there was literally one single section of that course. Because as another teacher mentioned before, if given the option, they will take that option, even though the board has expressed their desire not to have high flex students be a priority. And the other thing I would just mention is that I think all the teachers that have called in have expressed their desire to do the best we can to have successful courses with our students. And we can't plan unless we know what format we're teaching in. And so the time is really of the essence. And I know that you're waiting for the plan to be approved by the state, but just, having that compassion and grace to understand that we do really have to redesign, start from scratch in many ways as the format of our courses change. So those are my comments. And again, I appreciate you listening, and I look forward to hearing your responses to everyone's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maury. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Having that compassion and grace.
I can.
Great. And it sounds like you're turning down the YouTube. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is David Kaplan, and I'm a parent of an incoming second grader at the former J.J. Finley Elementary. You have heard from me in the past few weeks representing over 100 parents and University of Florida faculty and staff with suggestions about masks, delaying the school start date, and ideas about making brick and mortar safer. I also wrote to you with a review about the scientific and medical professional organization statements on the spread of COVID-19 by children, which contrasted the rosy picture presented by Mr. Paul Myers from the County Department of Health, showing that children are very likely an important vector of this disease. But this week, I'm calling simply as a citizen whose patience is wearing thin. The process you've rolled out, to be honest, is a shame. Thousands of families have spent the last 3 weeks scrambling to decipher incomplete and conflicting information. Hundreds of your teachers feel ignored and fearful, and to me, it sounds like many are ready to go on strike. Your school bus drivers are calling in every week and begging for their lives and for your consideration. And throughout this entire process, the communication has been this no response, one-way call in with a hard stop at midnight. So tonight I have a list of questions that I'd like the board and Ms. Clark to answer on the record and to do so tonight. So first off, I'll reiterate the question of a previous caller. It was a teacher named Eric who said, which of you are advocating for parents, teachers, staff, and students by communicating directly to the State Department of Education? Does anybody want to answer that one?
Just finish your remarks, please, Mr. Kaplan.
I'd appreciate an answer. You got dealt a bad hand, but we're not willing to play these cards, and so we need to know if you're willing to fight for us. Then I'll ask which of you is speaking daily with Mr. Myers and the newly assembled Scientific and Medical Advisory Board so that you'll know the precise moment when we go back to phase one and can call this for what it is, a charade. What is the specific metric of infection rate by which you will close? What is the value of that metric today? I'd really like to hear that tonight. What is the number today? And if you don't have this number in hand and your head every moment, that's a failure of leadership. I'd also like to know on the record tonight how many students and staff have tested positive in our schools. Why are your bus drivers not getting this info about infection? To quote a driver who just called in, she said, it's scary, it's not right. And I need you to ask yourself, is this right? Would you seriously consider adapting and adopting the PK model we've heard so much about tonight and which you have been hearing about for more than a week or so now? And are you aware that the PK plan was approved by the State Department of Education? Either way, we allow teachers to choose to work from home if they need to. They need to have this choice. So I'm going to close with a question on process. So are all these calls and emailed comments included in the official minutes of these meetings? If so, when can we expect a response? I have received none. What is the point of writing letters and calling in if everyone is not getting a response? This type of public meeting and citizen comment could work. You guys could do this, but only in a world where district staff, teachers, and parents were engaged in actual workshops to develop the plan. Why did you not start out with work groups and stakeholders brainstorming weeks ago, reviewing other plans instead of giving people 2 or 3 days to review before these things are due? So most importantly, I'm going to ask you, what is your plan for reimagining this process in the next month? And I'll note that the clock is ticking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Go ahead and give us your name, and you have 3 minutes with the board.
Great. My name is David Schwartz, and I'm calling tonight in defense of my family and as a voice to the many other members of our community facing similar challenges and lives that will be affected by the sloppily finger-painted plan that's laid out for your staff. I wake up at 3 a.m. most nights out of fear and anxiety, debating with my wife, a very dedicated teacher of this county for the past 6 years, on whether our family planning should be put on hold, knowing very well that the possibility of exposure and transmission would amplify tenfold as students and staff return to the buildings. And many families like ours have to decide quickly whether losing confidence in our financial stability is worth sacrificing in order to prioritize our health and the health of our loved ones. No one should ever need to pick one over the other. We need to set aside the political, logistical, and budgetary issues and be reminded of what's most important right now, and that no more mothers, fathers, sons, or daughters should die due to careless, rushed decisions. It's not breaking news that other counties have created distance learning plans for at least the first 9 weeks, And they found a way to make it possible because they know it's the safest approach to schooling right now. They made the decision knowing very well the possible repercussions and still made the right choice for the betterment of their citizens. I would strongly encourage you all that we utilize the time to develop a sound plan that keeps everybody safe above all else. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Rudolph, man. This is Rudy.
Go ahead, Mr. Mann.
Hello. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, thank you.
I want to know what kind of plan we got to get this pandemic under control. Because I know our governor don't have one. And, you know, I'm looking, and I got called. We got about 4 cases within this week, positive cases in the school board itself. And what are we going to do about contact tracing? It is very, very poor right about now. And that's about all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
You're welcome.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Lewis. I'm a grandparent of 2 first graders and the spouse of a teacher who's been teaching more than 20 years. First, I want to say that I have many of the concerns that have been expressed by the previous callers. I would expect the board and the staff by now has had the opportunity to read the PK Young plan. I've heard that their plan has been approved, and I would like to hear from the school board and the staff as to why it's not being considered. I understand the challenge and frustrations of losing money if the PK Young model was followed, but I believe that the lives of students, teachers, and their families are more important. I can't see into the future, but I believe the number of cases in Alachua County will continue to rise. And if we open schools, lives will be permanently impacted and unfortunately some loss. I would like to ask the staff to look at areas in the budget that could be cut and that the PK model Young be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. How many more, Mr. Moore, do we have?
2.
2, okay.
Hello, can you hear me on the phone? Hello, caller, can you hear me on the phone? Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Great, yes, got a little bit of echo, but go ahead, give us your name, and then you got 3 minutes with the board.
Okay. My name is Jeanette. I'll take you off speaker here. My name is Jeanette. I'm a parent of a child in Alachua County School District. We go to Stephen Foster. So I have a 2-part question. Number 1 is, are you guys aware of the fairly detailed and well thought out plan made by the folks at PK Young that has been backed by the University of Florida? And if so, has everybody taken the time to read that plan and consider what has been put forth there? Because as far as I understand, that addresses almost every issue that's been brought up tonight and at previous meetings. That's question number 1. Question number 2, a lot of the decisions that parents like myself are making are, what do we do about our children who have themselves earned spots in either the gifted program or the magnet STEM program? A lot of parents are making choices based on whether or not their kids will be able to stay in those programs, even though that means risking their life and their job in order to choose one versus the other based on whether or not they can keep those seats. I think that's an issue that has not been very well addressed, and I'd like to know what y'all are doing about those 2 very specific things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Okay, we have the one last. Nope, I think, no, there they are. Hold on. Hello, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I can.
Great, go ahead and give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes with the board.
Hello, my name is Alicia Starling, and I work for transportation. And I'm a bit concerned because I am
Are you still there? She dropped. So that was the last caller. If she calls back in, Ms. Starling, we can bring her back in, but if you want to start board discussion.
Okay. Let me see. First, I guess I would ask staff if they would like to address any of the burning questions that have been raised tonight.
Sure, Mrs. Roy. And there are some that we can address pretty quickly. I'll just go through my notes as part of that process. In looking at a lot of folks have mentioned the PK Young plan. And actually is that I had many conversations with the principal of PK Young as they were developing their plan. And we talked very extensively about that. And yes, it's a good plan and fits in a one school, 1,000, 1,200 students. It fits their model with a small school population. The one thing that it does not allow for, which again, subject to negotiations, with the Digital Academy plan, there is the ability, potentially again, subject to negotiations, for teachers to teach from home. Under the PK model, teachers are still coming to the school. Now they are in smaller groups of students, but there is still student and teacher contact within their plan. So that is a piece that students that are coming to school would need to have that supervision. And so their teachers are coming. There are a few that have applied for some accommodations, but the vast majority, with a few exceptions, of those teachers are reporting to the school site every day. So that's a big difference, which for us, recognizing that there are a lot of employees that we have, and obviously with the number of teachers that we have that have the health conditions and really need to be teaching from home. So that was honestly a very big piece of that. So that's a big consideration for us as we were doing that part. And looking at the length of the day and looking what we would be doing for students with screen time, part of what we're expected to do with any kind of innovative model is mirror what is happening in the regular classroom. And so the idea, and actually PK has the same thing, and even they were doing the same thing back in March. Students were logging in to their class periods every day. So like the secondary students that had 6 periods, they were logging in every day to their class, each period with that teacher. And so they were monitoring that. Obviously, that's not a first or second grade scenario, but we have to kind of model that. Now, it doesn't mean that a student is necessarily sitting on the screen all day, because there are those times to do independent practice and to do classwork so that, you wouldn't necessarily be in front of the screen potentially. And there was a question about books for students. And so, yes, even within Digital Academy, the textbook resources will be loaded into Canvas for our teachers. So all of our digital textbook resources, but with the digital resources, we also get that print version. So families would be able to have print versions as well. Because as the caller mentioned, some people do better with a actual book in front of them rather than reading it off of the computer. In looking at a lot of the details that callers have mentioned, many of those things are going to be school specific. And so our principals have already started, and some have them scheduled at different times, have brought their teams of their teachers and staff members together to iron out some of those details for their individual schools. Because there are some of those things that are very unique to that school, the structure of the school, just even the physical layout of the school. So those are taking place right now with all of our schools. And if they haven't already met, they've got those scheduled moving forward. Broadband was mentioned. We've actually already increased the broadband. We've done that this summer and opened that up. So we will have that ability to have, I guess, a faster speed and not slow down with the increased traffic with whatever digital model that we have. I personally have communicated directly with the Department of Education, with the K-12 chancellor, and articulated concerns that are coming from our community. Everyone says their community is unique and they all have their own factors in place that makes their districts unique. But I have personally communicated multiple times with our chancellor in regards to our plan and what reopening looks like, and with the concerns that do come with being in Alachua County. And I've articulated the concern with students coming back in just a few weeks, and what does that look like in our community. I think that that's a very unique feature of Alachua County. And so I have shared that information and those concerns directly with Department of Education staff.
Ms.
Sorry, I'm
Clark,
just trying to go.
what is their response, if I could ask? I mean, does he have any understanding of the problems that I'm sure
Right.
all districts have?
Sure. Well, yes, they're empathetic and they're certainly listening to our concerns, and, they articulate that they hear and they understand. But there is also the response was also, that's why you have a plan. That's why if you're going to do a plan, which we are intending to do and have done, that's an option that you have. And especially if you have to close again, you would have that digital option. But there was really no movement, for lack of a better word, on changes to delaying the start of school any further, or the ability to go digital without any kind of penalty for an extent, moving in like into the first 9 weeks. That was not there. When we talk about the flex, and I actually mentioned press conference and what the governor's statements were. Did that give us any flexibility? And the response was, the executive order still stands, that yes, as part of your plan, you need to be able to encourage so potentially remote, with the mention of teachers being able to teach remotely. And so that gives us that flexibility. But as for anything else to be able to change to just straight digital, moving in without brick and mortar at the beginning, there was no movement on that. But the concerns have been shared with folks in decision-making capacity in Tallahassee.
Ms. Clark, is PK considered a public school? Are they bound by the same mandate that we are?
Yes, they are. They're a single school district. So they're their own school district, but they're a one school district. So they are. So their plan does meet the mandates because they are opening brick and mortar, which we would also be opening brick and mortar, although their students would all be going digital within the brick and mortar. But their teachers are all reporting to the work sites as part of that. And then paraprofessionals are in there. So they've got, all the adults are still coming to campus to do that supervision and to provide that digital instruction. So while if I'm a middle school student, there might be a middle school there might be a math teacher in my classroom, but I'm not receiving necessarily my math instruction from that teacher. The teachers, they're more for supervision. And then they're able to move into another room, the teacher, while there's another adult in the room to supervise, to teach their section potentially of their digital class or their virtual class during that time. So the students are not receiving live instruction, that the teachers are there for supervising the digital instruction of the students. So that's how that works. There was a question, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure I don't have page numbers on my notes, so I'm just trying to get through as many as I can. And I know that there are a lot of teachers and a lot of uncertainty out there. And part of that was, we have a survey that will be pushed out to teachers tomorrow via the schools about what their plans are in the fall. We've surveyed about comfort level, and we know that there are varying degrees of comfort level with returning and various concerns. But obviously we didn't want to send that out before getting any kind of approval from the board. So we have a survey ready to push out to the teachers tomorrow that will come through their schools about what their plans are and what their wishes would be for the fall. The decision and the commitment, the e-school commitment is for a semester, because students don't get credit for that course until they complete the course. So leaving in the middle of an e-school scenario does create some situations for students that are not ideal when it comes to, figuring grades and receiving their credit. And so the e-school is a semester commitment. The Digital Academy, at least for that 9 weeks, which would get us through the first 9 weeks of the school year. However, from the governor's, from the commissioner's orders and what our plan is, these plans really receive approval only through the fall of 2020. So essentially the first semester. We don't know what will happen then in the second semester. Do they extend that, or does everybody then return to brick and mortar school in January? So hence we have those commitments in place, but we also have to recognize that there is the great unknown that what happens after the first semester. Is the state going to renew or extend the ability to offer an innovative plan, or is everybody required to go back to brick and mortar or to regular e-school, which isn't always an option for our families? As like I said, I'm just trying to make sure I get through the ones that I can. I believe Miss Kidwell is still on the phone. There was a questions from a couple of parents about ESC students' behavioral plans, whether or not OT would still be offered, and also the absences for students.
Yes, ma'am. So in our brick and mortar and in the Digital Academy options, speech and language therapies, OT therapy, and PT physical therapy will be offered and available to students, provided to students as per their IEPs. Parents can choose whether they want those therapies to be teletherapy, and that would be provided one-on-one on a format, an online format or platform. And we have been doing this since the spring and all through the summer. Or they can, even if the students are on the Digital Academy for their academics, as parent can choose to bring them to the brick and mortar and walk in for speech and language therapy, either one. So yes, therapies are still provided. Behavior plans and behavioral supports will be provided, but they may look vastly different than the behavior plans currently in existence, because the behavior is elicited by a brick and mortar setting with multiple classmates. And just the setting demands of a school are very different from that of a home. So the teacher or behavior specialist or our BCBA, depending on the degree of need, can work with the parent and find out what kind of behaviors are being exhibited in the home that need to be changed or altered. And so we may have to revamp the behavior plan, offer supports to parents of things they can do, and then paraprofessionals can also reach out to parents, and if the students are old enough, to the students, work with them with reinforcement schedules after they do a certain degree of work, those kinds of things. So the supports are provided, but like the instruction itself, it will look different in the Digital Academy from home than it looks in the school, but it will be provided.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kidwell.
Yes, ma'am.
There was
just, if we want to, Ms. Starling did call back, so if we want to get to her real quick.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Ms. Starling, can you hear me? Ms. Starling? Ms. Starling, can you hear me? Well, I don't know. She's still connected, but it's silent. So
Okay.
continue on.
Okay, well, Brian, just let me know if she calls back in, and we'll we'll try to do that. Okay, and so then there was also quite a few questions about the technology aspect. Back in the spring, when we initially initiated the pandemic learning, we did provide a tech support hotline with live computer techs on that line all day to be able to answer parent questions, and we will be reactivating that service as well. that they can talk parents through that and then be able to work with them. We also, though, are working with our Parent Academy to roll out some parent training in managing digital formats through the pandemic. So I know the curriculum department is working with the Parent Academy on that. But also a piece of our teacher training is also how do we make sure that the students are trained? And I think a caller mentioned that, where making sure that our students have their information, that they have their logins and passwords, even if they're in brick and mortar, that they know how to access each teacher's materials through Canvas to make sure and to practice that to make sure that students have that working knowledge. So if we were to have to go back to a virtual setting, that they would be ready to go with that. For internet service and devices, as it stands right now, we have ordered and they're starting to roll in. They kind of roll in bunches at a time as they're being built for us. We have 6,000 additional devices over what we had in the spring, and we actually had some in the spring that were not even checked out at that point. So we've got a very good reserve of that, and we have been told that those devices will be here prior to school starting, but they are rolling in. So we're not getting 6,000 at one time. We have some of them already in place. And so those are in place. And then we've actually also been working with multiple providers on the internet piece. And so Jackie Johnson has been part of a group working with Cox Communications to expand and kind of modify how we operated with their Connect to Compete program from last spring to be able to provide internet service to our families. So we have sent them some GIS information, some logistics to see which of the addresses that we know are going to need internet fall within their service area and those that do not. And so we have the Cox Communications option, but then also, as I think I mentioned a meeting or two ago, Uma Shankar's department, they've been working with the local cell phone providers, recognizing that depending on your carrier and where you live, the service looks a little different depending on where you are. And so we actually will have between AT&T, Verizon, and also T-Mobile access for families. And so the goal then is to provide the one that best fits for that family based on where they live, where they're going to get the more bars on the hotspot. So we have multiple options there that are going to be available for all of our families for internet access. So we'll have the support, the training, and then internet and devices ready to go for our families.
Ms. Clark, will every child have a device? Are we able to do that? Numerous people have.
Right. We are not in a position to be one-to-one as of yet. And quite honestly, at this point, after listening to some other superintendents on a call today, even if you were to order one-to-one device across the board, they're looking at delivery now at the end of September. So we've ordered, like I said, when we did the initial surveys with the families and looking at what the needs were for a computer for each child, on those initial surveys, we were at about 2,500 parents that needed a device for their students, and then about 550 that needed internet access. So we will be able to more than cover those that have expressed a need at that point, plus some that may have not responded to the survey, or those that had selected brick and mortar. And then if we have to go digital, we'll need a device based on what we're looking at with our IT folks, that they are very confident we would be able to cover anyone who needed a device. The suggestion was made, Mr. Ford, I believe, about publishing kind of those specifics for laptop or the specs to make sure that families that do have a device at home, that they have what they need to be able to access that, because that might change the need for a device. So I'll get our IT staff to pull that together, and we can publish that on our website as well to make sure that we have that families know what the request is there.
Ms. Clark, are there some devices that have a cellular feature like iPads that they can be used even if a family doesn't have internet coverage?
Right. And it's the same thing with the laptop or the iPads that we've purchased. And so the iPads that we've purchased do have the cellular connectivity. So it just, we just activate the SIM card and with Verizon. And so that would give them that access. Or if it's one of the Dell laptops, then there would be a hotspot it still gives you the same service, and it's the same cost to the district for that, but it's just multiple ways to provide internet service, because we don't have, one provider district wide that just, kind of blankets the area. We have lots of different providers that we're working with. So we do have that.
Ms. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
what about instructors, teachers who may need a device? They may be working from home and their personal computer doesn't have a camera, or they may need access to internet. Are we going to be considering that for staffing?
Yes, we can do that. Now, keep in mind that if a digital academy teacher wanted to come to school, the school classroom is set up for all of that. But if there's a situation, like you say, where a teacher doesn't have a camera, UMA's team has actually already ordered web cameras that are, again, starting to arrive. Nothing is coming in big, huge shipments right now. So we can provide that, just depending on what the teacher's needs are. And if it's a case of the classroom, it could be that we're checking out the classroom computer for the teacher to use at home. And we actually did that in the spring as well, because the ones that are the all-in-ones, which is like the computer that I'm on, the camera's built into it. So it's not like a separate, thing that I have to plug in. It's a piece of the monitor. So yes, we do have that ability.
Probably would help too if like in the survey that you're doing, that be included as a question, to kind of go ahead and gather that info. So you'd have like really good statistical info and net numbers, so that we can you can assess the need, and not, because when you're saying like, oh, we're working on it and we think about this number, this amount, whatever, it's just really vague, and it's kind of hard to really put your finger on it to know if we're really positioning ourselves to be able to meet the need.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can certainly include that. Absolutely.
Mrs. Clark, you mentioned about the devices and even giving teachers laptops to take home. What about helping the teachers with their internet and cell service?
You mean providing that if they don't have it at home? Is that what you mean?
Absolutely.
Yes, we can certainly do that. We can absolutely do that. If that's needed, then we can do that. But
would you put that down, please?
Yes, ma'am. I already have it written down from when Ms. Certain just mentioned it. And in fact, I just dropped my pencil when she just mentioned that. We can certainly provide that. Again, depending on location, that may or may not be the best streaming. I'm trying to think of the word there for that if it's late. But yes, we can do that. But, sometimes the broadband, we have increased our broadband. So sometimes the internet service at the school is going to be stronger based on what they need. But yes, we can certainly do that and include that on our survey for our teachers. Just trying to get some of the others here. And there was a comment, I guess, about ACA. Our team has been working with ACA at least weekly, if not multiple times a week, ironing out many different issues that have come about. And this has been since March. I mean, there's been a lot of conversations and a lot of meetings and a lot of discussions with that team and with the district team. Mr. Purvis just popped on, and maybe you could just kind of give a brief summary of that, because there was a question about ACA and advocating.
I just got back on, Ms. Clark. I apologize. The computer shut down on me. So I just heard you say Mr. Purvis just got back on.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Never mind. So there was one of the callers had mentioned about where is ACA and all of this. And I had just articulated that since March that there's been constant communication with ACA, working through various scenarios of everything that's been going on with COVID.
That is correct. It has been a collaborative environment with the ACA. We've been meeting often for multiple MOUs. I believe today we finished MOU number 7 as we started this pandemic process. And we have another meeting scheduled for this Thursday to start what it would look like for return to school, because the one that we just finished off and signed off on today was just dealing with the training days that the board graciously gave us to offer to employees for COVID training and the Digital Academy.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ms. Clark, I had a couple of questions, and probably this is I think it's something that we're already working on. But I had talked to Mr. Purvis earlier today, And, you know, I try to talk almost every day to a teacher and see what he or she is going through and ideas. And I was, one of the things that a teacher was concerned about is knowing exactly what the list of things that the district is going to do to increase safety for the teachers in the brick and mortar. And I know that we're, you know, we started a few weeks ago with what Mr. Rella had shown us and some other things, but as I think at least one or two teachers tonight have said that they're very concerned about uncertainty. And I think I had mentioned to Mr. Purvis, and he had agreed that that would be a good thing to get out sooner rather than later. Or are we in the process of moving toward that?
Yes, sir. I was going to get with Mr. Rella, and we're actually meeting with principals tomorrow about some other things for clarification. And we were going to be able to give them the list of PPE equipment that's been ordered so far, and then an estimated delivery date if there's anything still out there, so they can share that with their faculty and staff.
And I would say not only PPE, but we're talking about air quality, we're talking about social distancing, we're talking about, you know, the whole panoply of getting of what we're doing. And I think if we can put all those things in one place, it'll certainly be helpful. And so, you know, nothing I'm at, you know, I'm not going to ask you to do that as we sit here, but sooner is good. And I do have, you know, I had a few notes coming into tonight, and one of the things Mr. Kaplan, one of our callers, brought up is I had written down threshold for what's safe and what's non-safe, and I think you know, I know that there is not one number that covers that, but I think it would be very helpful to the board and more helpful, or equally helpful, if not more helpful, to parents and teachers and employees as to what our metrics are. And if we don't have that from Mr. Myers, that I think that's something that we have to get from him. And because just knowing what to expect is what we owe our employees.
Mr. Hyatt, I did it. I'm sorry, Ms. Clark, if I can.
No, go ahead.
And Madam Chair, I did get with Jackie Johnson after our discussion. And so her and I are working together with Mr. Myers to figure out if we can get some information out there, as you requested, about what those parameters would look like in instances.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Purvis and Ms. Clark. And I'm sure I have other stuff to ask, but rather than rifling through my notes, I'll stop for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, how do you want us to go about tonight discussing everything that's on in our mind, on our hearts? I've got tons of stuff, and I don't want Brian Moore to come on and say, it's time for us to cut off. How do you want us to go about this? Mrs. Clark was still speaking. So do you want us to start after the superintendent? What's your choice?
Well, Dr. McNeely, I would say just ask your most burning questions first.
All of mine are burning. All of them. Every last one.
Are there some things that could be done? Well, I don't know. I mean, I can't invent time. I can't invent time. So
I have with staff telling us how long we can meet, because this is a meeting of elected officials. So it seems like we got to ask questions. We have to ask them. So.
Right, and I was just trying to get through these questions here, as many as I could quickly.
And I
so we
asked
can-
you to do that. So,
Right.
you
So-
know, I ask you to speak first and then board members can speak. Go ahead, Dr. McNeely.
No, Ms. Clark hasn't finished.
Right. So
The superintendent hasn't finished.
Right. So like I said, I was just trying to get through as many as I could answer quickly and to give a definitive of where I could. I may have done it, like I said, I'm just trying to get through these notes really quick. I think I've answered what I can right now to try to get some of those questions answered this evening. So Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you and we'll have staff take school board questions.
Okay. Dr. McNeely, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be reading from my notes. I want to start with the transportation issue and then I'll move into instructional. Today, I spoke to two different, well, I won't say two of them, one administrator and one last night, really late, before I called Superintendent Clark. There are problems in that department. All of you will probably recognize that from the callers tonight, but certainly from the callers we had last week involving our employees in that situation. Another COVID individual employee showed up today or called in to let us know that they were positive. And that individual was in contact with the one who's in the hospital. So it's apparent that we have not done all that we need to do as far as the contact tracing. And when I'm told that 15 minutes with someone, it doesn't give you much problems. I have a situation with that, especially now that we've involved two employees that were side by side and now a child in one of those employees' homes. I don't know how you all feel about it, but until we can get that department straight, because they are the ones that we are depending on transporting our children to the schools if we are going with brick and mortar. So what we have not done correctly, and I won't call that out tonight, but the superintendent already knows how I feel. So until she can get her staff corrected with what to do when you have a breakout, a spread out, then it frightens me that if we can't do that there, how are we going to do it when we go back to our schools? That's the question I want answered. You know, the citizens wanted answers. I want answers. We already know tonight, if you acknowledge it, that we are going to shut down this school system. It's obvious with all of the employees and students that are already positive. It's no way we can open up a week or 2 weeks and shut down. What is the plan then when that occurs? We know it's going to happen, but we are going after supposedly the funding. And I'm hoping tonight when we do our vote that the funding is not going to be the issue, even though Mr. Rella did an excellent job with his presentation. No life, not one. And when I put myself in the position of my children, all of us have, except Miss Certain. She's the only one who doesn't have a grandchild, but she has her own children. If my grandchildren had to re-enter one of our schools, like yours, Mrs. Roy, Dr. Paulson, Mr. Hyatt, I think we would be looking at this.
My grandchildren is in this system.
Oh, I forgot that, Dr.
Yeah, you forgot that. Yeah.
I sure did. And the one that plays baseball, absolutely. I take that back.
Yeah,
then
good.
Dr. Paulson has a lot on his shoulders. My children are not in Alachua County. My grands are in Orange County. And I'm looking every day to see what Dr. Barbara Jenkins is doing differently than we are here in Alachua County. If we know we are going to have to shut down, when the 74,000 students that I mentioned last week, 54 from UF, 20 from Santa Fe, you know there's going to be a spread in our community, and it's going to impact our school system. I want to know from the superintendent, when we shut down, what is the plan then? Because we should have that as a number A, B, or C.
Can I answer that?
Beg your pardon.
Can I answer that? Because I brought this up a couple of weeks ago.
If you have the answer, but I'd rather hear it from
Well,
the
well,
superintendent.
no, listen. And I brought it up is that we go ahead and we approve our plan. And then that's why we moved the date back 2 weeks. And we're training people for digital because we said we didn't know and we have a good chance we would break down. And then if we could train people, we'll have a better chance of just flipping over. But then what Mr. Rella said tonight, we need to get it passed so we can have the digital academy and even get the money and get the plan going that he gave us tonight. That's what the answer is. And you wanted an answer? I brought it up a couple of weeks ago and I'm bringing it up again.
Dr. Paulson, your answer is fair, but you cannot expect teachers to do what we are asking them to do.
We're training them. That's
within
why
4 days of training. It's
we need to do this. Wait, stop a second. We need to go ahead and we need to have the plan one thing, then we can have the digital academy. Mr. Rella said that too. We get that, we have the digital academy. Then we have maybe someplace to go that we can go to digital if we have to go to digital. You remember me also saying, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen by April 24th, but we should be ready to go digital. And that's what we're planning and we'll keep working. I got some other things here, but that one, I brought that up multiple times now.
I'm bringing it up again, Dr. Paulson. Thank you for your comments. Let me finish.
But when I vote, I don't like the idea of saying I'm voting and worrying about money. When I vote, I'm going to vote what I think is best for this district and give us 2 paths to go.
If there's $30 million of whatever I heard to be lost, I think that we are all thinking about that. But there is
you can lose more than 30 million. You might lose 60 or 70 if you don't go ahead and have an alternate plan.
70, there is no price tag too big that we cannot.
That's what I'm saying, though. But we need to have a plan, and we don't need to not.
I need to hear it from the leader superintendent.
Good.
That's who I'm directing this to.
All right. Well, I was directing it to the whole group here.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with discussion. Thank you, Dr. Paulson. And Ms. Clark, do you want to go ahead and answer?
Yes. And so as Dr. Paulson mentioned, to have a plan like this in place so we get folks trained all in the same system puts us in a position to be able to move to digital very quickly. To have no plan, to have.
We don't have enough training.
Well, I go back to, we've got a week additional of training for teachers, a week additional of training. And then there's also follow-up that can occur. And even for our teachers that would be teaching in the digital academy when school starts, pre-planning, if you're planning and getting a room ready and doing lesson plans, that's also time you could be doing your lesson plans digitally. If you're a digital academy teacher, you would be working on those plans and those courses digitally. So there's that opportunity to do that all during that time as well. So the idea that, do we need more training? People can always use more training. Even those that are very experienced with Canvas could always use more training. But again, to be able to have a plan to move to, should we need to shut down in our area, that's what's critical, is that we've got the ability to do that in a very quick turnaround. Because if the decision is made that when the numbers get to a point and we have to shut down as a district, we have to have somewhere to go. And the Digital Academy gives us somewhere to go with that, where all of our teachers that were brick and mortar or those that are Digital Academy now all become Digital Academy teachers during that time of shutdown. Every one of them.
And when you put that in writing, because I have not seen your separate plan for when we shut down. because that's inevitable. So if you can give us that in writing or have one of your staff members to do that, I would appreciate it.
We can, absolutely, we can do that.
Well, if I could say, Dr. McNeely, that under the continuity of instruction, I think that is the idea is stated here. So that we can be seamless going from one system to the other if we need to.
Eileen, I appreciate your comments, but inasmuch that we are not the teachers who have all of this on them, I cannot agree with everything that's in that plan, because we are not going to be facing digital academy as well as instructional. And that's a difficult task, let alone understanding let alone understanding in 4 or 5 days, everything about Canvas, everything that they need to know. I'm sorry, it's a bit much to know that they have to go through that and we're just saying implement the plan.
But what else do we do?
Right. Well, would it be more amenable, for lack of a better word? Because we've had some teachers say they're okay doing that because they want to keep their students in their classes. We've had teachers, there are some that don't want to do it, and I completely appreciate that, but we've also had some that have said, that's okay, I'm willing to do that because they want to keep their teachers. Would there be a way, or is it more amenable to if we were to add language to where a teacher would agree to that, like a teacher would need to agree to that circumstance? That would be obviously more difficult to schedule, and it may result in students not being able to get necessarily all of their classes. But that would solve that concern of the teachers that don't feel like that they can manage both of those modalities. I will say, Seminole, I think it's either Seminole or Osceola, and it may even be both, and the staff members are listening, you might be able to look it up quicker than I can. All of them are doing, all of their teachers are doing both with the camera, and that is what they're doing. And many districts are going that route. That doesn't mean we have to, but we're not kind of standing out there on a ledge all by ourselves on this one. This is something that is, that multiple districts have looked at and either are already in an approved plan or plans that they're about to submit. But if, we could certainly, if a teacher agreed to manage both platforms. But like I said, the flip side of that would be potentially limiting some courses that a student could take, and scheduling could create another kind of cog in the scheduling wheel. But it's an
Mrs. Ford, I thought at the beginning of the meeting, we said it'd be very rare occasions where we were going to even ask somebody to do that. I heard that correctly, didn't I?
Right. So really it's with
I had somebody that I respect very much that has a solution for this too, without doing that. And I was going to email you tomorrow with it.
Okay.
But the thing about it is, we spent a lot of time because that's the first thing. Remember I said, the thing I heard the most, and I talked to you yesterday, was people don't want to do both, right?
Mm-hmm.
So but we got to the point here tonight where everybody thought that's all we're going to do. I'm going to go back again. What was said was only on very rare occasions we were going to do this. Am I correct?
Correct. And really that goes to the the singleton courses. So when we say rarely, obviously that's a relative term as well. But when you're looking at schools that have the singletons, the one section of something, that's where, things could be.
Came to me over the internet where you could maybe combine you could get 3 different high schools and just make it the one digital academy class. And they would be assigned to this one of those high schools. And you have that one teacher could get enough students to teach then, and you wouldn't have to do it, which I just got that right on while we were doing this tonight. These are the kinds of things what I was going to say. I kept listening to everybody get all upset about doing both. And that's how we started the meeting. That it was we were almost not going to do both. So, I mean, we could probably fix it like that. There's a way to fix it, I'm sure.
Right. So the smaller schools where you have limited numbers of courses are where that could potentially be problematic depending on the number of
We could
students
do
you
it with
register for
the high
digital.
schools for that advanced civics.
Right, and those advanced courses.
Physics class.
And actually, Orange County's plan is actually very much like our plan. With if they have enough for purely digital or purely brick and mortar, that's where they want to be. But if not, then they would go in a combination.
They don't want to do that.
Mrs. Clark, I don't know if it's you that might answer this. Well, let me ask you this first. Why don't you tomorrow, since you're submitting the plan, why then in 2 weeks, then we would go digital? Is that a possibility?
Okay, I want to make sure I understand your question. So if we submit the plan,
if you're submitting the plan in tomorrow, then let's say in 2 weeks that we would, if we shut down, we would all go digital. That's what you just stated. Can you do that prior to being shut down?
can we go digital prior to being shut down?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta explain.
Based on the information we have right now, no, unless that's where that verbiage about the local guidance or recommendation from the local health department for shutting down.
So do you think Paul Myers would go along with that, or will you need other experts?
Well, we have our medical committee that he works with. That's Dr. Ryan and some of the others, local UF folks. I can certainly ask him that. I can't speak for him, so I don't know that he is willing to go along with that, or if it's a matter of what the data is showing. Because when you look at the data, looks very different here than it does in South Florida, than it does even in Marion County and Gilchrist County right next door. So, we can certainly have that conversation with him and to see. But again, a lot, and I said, I guess at the beginning of this meeting, we're essentially just a day short of 4 weeks out from, the first day of school, and a lot can happen in 4 weeks, as we've seen, all since March. A lot can change in 4 weeks. And so, this does position us in a place to where we can offer, a different digital experience in your traditional e-school, Florida virtual school type experience. So this gives us the flexibility to do that. But again, the goal is to have as many full, pure teaching units of either digital academy or a brick and mortar. That's the goal, and that's what we want. But in those situations, if we needed to use it,
Leon County is trying to push their people into the digital academy. The board is actually going out and campaigning to push people into the digital.
Who did that?
Was it, did he say Leon? Leon?
They're I guess they copied our digital. I don't know. But they're trying.
I don't think they copied us because they had a survey out in early June. But I guess for me, if we submit the plan tonight, we're submitting it under the guise of, and that our staff will know that there's a high probability that we're going to be going to all digital learning if our numbers get up high. But what I really want to get nailed down, and I think needs to be included in our plan from our medical team, not from Paul Myers, not from a single person, is we need to know the metrics and the conditions under which we will close, which is what I think if it was Mr. Baplin or Mr. Kaplan, Mr. David, I couldn't make
Mr. Kaplan, yes.
Mr.
Yeah,
Kaplan.
I also
Those
asked.
questions that he had, I asked those questions early on in the meeting before citizen input about, we don't have those metrics. And I think that needs to be included in our plan. I asked that early on in the meeting and I didn't get that from you, but.
Right, and we don't have that. We don't have that right now.
I mean, the metrics, we should know what conditions would exist that would cause us to pull the trigger, that we would shut things down. We should know that.
All right, makes sense.
We should know that. That there shouldn't be any waffling. And I'm gonna tell you, Ms. Clark, a lot of teachers and staff people are hearing from their principals that they are gonna have to teach both. That's why that's such a concern. Dr. Paulson is shared, he's expressed that he's heard that. I've heard that, and people are telling me that's what they're hearing from their principals.
But that's not what's coming out of you, Karen. So
the principals, I guess they making it up, man. I don't know, but that's
I don't. Maybe they just misunderstand too.
Well,
put it that way. That's a better way.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hyatt.
Dr. McNeely, if you'll forgive me, I just had a question. I had a question that goes along with your question. It's my understanding with the executive order that it could be, it could either be your local Department of Health or it could be the Florida Department of Health. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I think that probably it would be good to anything that we're communicating locally. Let's also communicate to the department in Tallahassee, because that both are mentioned. Dr. McNeely, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Go ahead, Lee.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Eileen. What we are saying tonight then, Karen, that we are expecting teachers to do an entire new way of teaching digitally in less than 2 weeks. Is that what we're basically saying here?
Or maybe we're going to try to do the best to get them prepared.
Right. Well, what we're saying is to get them prepared for that, to start that process. Yes, we will be starting that process through the training modules to get them to that, to get them to a place to be able to start building their classes and building that coursework. It's not an expectation that a teacher, whether a digital academy teacher or a brick and mortar teacher, would have their entire course built out in a matter of a few days. That's not the expectation at all. There are some obviously that are probably going to be more tech savvy than others and will move much quicker through training and much quicker through the process. But the expectation is not that someone's going to have a whole year's worth of material built out in that period of time. Absolutely not. That's the, there's a parallel to a teacher, doing their lesson planning as part of that and doing that process. Now there are teachers that have been doing this a long time and they've got a really good, framework of what they're doing for all year. But when you talk about, lesson planning, even just during pre-planning, teachers aren't planning out their entire year's worth of 180 days worth of instruction. So that is certainly not the expectation, but a teacher needs the knowledge to be able to move in that direction in a very short period of time. Now, obviously the digital academy teachers would be, as part of their lesson planning, would be building their lessons within that, while the brick and mortar teachers would be doing what they're doing for brick and mortar. But as we move into the school year, when it comes time to shut down, then yes, we would have teachers needing to go digitally. Absolutely.
And we continue the training.
So for the teachers who are having, well, the schools, I should say, expected to get the textbooks out to parents for Digital Academy, is there going to be some type of hazardous pay because of all of the contact that they have to have with parents?
Well, again, that's something that would be subject to collective bargaining. The way that they, depending on how they package those materials, it may be a pickup that you put them out. A lot of the schools in the spring, when we had our students some of them were doing the paper packets. They were not coming into the school to pick up paper packets. If a parent requested materials for their student, many of the schools had pickup areas outside of the front office and parents could go and pick up what they needed from there. So that is certainly a possibility. So I guess it just depends on the scenario, but that is something that yes, would have to be would have to be negotiated.
All right, so I'm worried about all of the schools, but especially middle and high, because of the cleanliness of it. And we know that we don't have capacity to keep up with the cleanliness that's expected. What's going to happen with that?
Get those private companies.
Right. So as we talked about at the last meeting, Alex's team has been working to bring on some additional support for the custodial staff through Kelly Services.
So when will you do that?
Mr. Rella, well, I know they've been working on that contract now. Is Mr. Rella there that he could answer where we are with that process? He may have. There he is.
Right, so at this point, obviously we've got the contract in place. They're rolling. They're doing their onboarding process. And in terms of our current state, we're trying to identify at each school how much each school will need in terms of additional support for the custodial staff. And that's going to depend in large part on the size of the school, how many kids are in school, are there custodial employees that are on light duty? I mean, all the things that we're familiar with. So we're, I think Assistant Superintendent White put out a survey to kind of get a feel for what different schools might need. And we've obviously kind of developed a training protocol for custodians. So the principals understand what the needs are in terms of what do we expect every day in terms of cleaning. So we're working on that, and we'll have that in place by the time school starts.
I hope that you could do that before school starts, because the schools really need to be clean.
Right. So I could just tell you we're moving lightning speed as quick as we can. We're in conversations with Kelly every day, making sure that they have what we need from what they need from us, and vice versa. So we're moving quick, but obviously with the timelines, we're trying to throw it together as quickly as we can. So we're working on it.
This question,
Mr. Rilla, can I just, Lee, can I ask a question
sure.
about, are they going to have the same cadre of people from Kelly Services that come to the same schools every day? Because they really need to be trained too. They can't have just odd people coming, whoever's available, like they do with teachers.
Right. So we've talked about that. Obviously, we're trying to set up like established positions at each school. So, if you're at Gainesville High School, you might need an additional 8 hours, where that's a full kind of position for an employee. We're trying to definitely try to keep that consistency, because you got to be familiar with the staff. You got to be familiar with the protocols, the area. So any kind of consistency that you can have there is going to make it a lot more efficient. And, the staff will obviously get to know, and they'll work with the custodial staff to kind of carve out that niche of what they're going to do specific at the school every day.
Thank you. Go ahead, Miss.
Thank you. This question is for Ms. Wise on pacing guides. I don't see how teachers are going to be able to follow the rigor and the pace, because so many of our kids have lost ground from March until June. Will the pacing guides be different, or can we do anything in moderation? Or I don't know if she's going to
Yes,
answer.
ma'am. Yes, Dr. McNeely, we are working with the curriculum specialist to, first of all, baseline assessment will be very important, which we'll do for all of our students who come back, to try to identify what are those most critical skills or gaps in knowledge that are building blocks that need to be in place in order to access the current grade level standards. And then when you talk about the pacing guides, there may have to be some revision of those to make sure that the time that we spend is so precious and essential that we are using all of those minutes to prepare them for the grade level assessment that they're all being held accountable for. We can't spend the whole first quarter making up the fourth quarter of last year, because it's just, you can never catch up that way. So we're working really hard with the curriculum specialists and the research and assessment department to identify what are those pieces that we have to put into place quickly and make those grade level standards accessible to the students. But yes, it's going to take some revision of the pacing guides.
Ms. Wise, thank you. And I love the caller who called in about the teachers with their team building of courses, certainly to help with remediation and acceleration. Do you agree with that? Because that was not answered.
Tell me what you mean by team building the courses, Dr. McNeely. I'm sorry, there was a lot of callers.
Well, Mrs. Clark was nodding yes, so I'll let her say it.
I'm sorry.
Right. So, and that was even a piece of the training that we're doing, or that we're planning with the Canvas rollout and I think the caller might be talking about something a little bit differently, but part of it was working with the teams of teachers at the schools that, you know, your third grade team or your fourth grade team or your ninth grade English teachers working towards building those courses. And so that you're providing more consistency. And already you have, especially at the elementary level, so many of the schools and the grades do grade level planning anyway. So this could certainly be a very robust piece of that. You know, we're better together, and many times there's strength in numbers to tackle those feats. So that is something that absolutely can be done.
Dr. McNeely, were you talking about the courses in Canvas, like helping to build those out for them?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We are already doing that and pulling in the digital assets. Yes, ma'am. We're already doing that.
Okay. And finally, the children, several parents who have written to all of us are stating about the fear of the children who are going to return to brick and mortar. And I would imagine that our counselors, our social workers, all of those employees will be gearing in for that. I don't know how they will even determine unless a parent will share that with staff or the administration of that school. But children are definitely fearful of everything they've heard and have seen about returning to school. So I think that really needs to be looked at for those kids.
Right. And if I may, Ms. Kidwell's on the line. Jennifer Taylor, our guidance supervisor, and her team, they've worked on a training piece for the guidance counselors that we would then also be doing with our teachers during pre-planning. Ms. Kidwell, could you speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. So there's several stages, Dr. McNeely, in our preparation for receiving our students and being aware of their mental health needs. And it was a great question and concern. I appreciate you looking out for that aspect. So initially during the training week, teachers will be able to access an online format. It's about a 35-minute interactive training module from Cognito. And we have worked with them before to provide mental health training, but this is a new module, and it helps adults. All the staff and teachers will need to take this 35-minute training and interact to become more aware, either to remind those who've had trainings in the past and those who are new to this, to what to look for, the look-fors when students come into our supervision. What things are we going to see to know that they may be experiencing some mental health issues, some stress, some trauma? So this training will be done before the first student hits campus and help get us all geared up and aware of what we're looking for. Then during pre-planning, our counselors, our school counselors who will have been trained to facilitate a follow-up conversation, we'll have a 30-minute follow-up conversation with faculty and staff to talk about the training, any questions, concerns they may have, go over exactly what we're looking for when our students return. Then after about 30 days of working with our students, when teachers feel they get to know them and a bit better, every teacher will go through their roster from their homeroom class, and they will have a student screener that lists externalizing and internalizing behaviors of students, things that are associated with mental health or stress. And the teachers will use a rating scale of 1, 2, or 3 to note beside each child's name for each of the, I think there's 26 behaviors. Then that rating scale, those scores will add up, and this will help homeroom teachers identify students under their supervision who may be needing tier 2 interventions or even tier 3 interventions. And then the counselors at the schools, the social workers, our district mental health counselors, those staff will then meet with leadership teams and come up with tier 2 and tier 3 interventions for these students. So it's a multi-tier plan from day one, hoping that we can catch any of those issues. Additionally, parents whose students are in Digital Academy or eSchool, they may go on the district website. We're going to add a tab there to click on, and parents can self-refer their own students for follow-up for possible services. In our district mental health counselor will be triaging those those referrals and contacting parents directly for services, possibly at school, possibly in the home, or referring them to outside agencies.
Ms. Kidwell, thank you so much. This is the last question for Ms. Wise.
Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Wise, what assessment, if any, are we using to establish the baseline for our students?
James?
If you can address that for, I guess, for elementary.
Okay, I was going to say, because there's a lot of different ones. For
Right.
elementary, we'll use iStation for ELA and math. For secondary students, some of the most likely the newly adopted materials, such as our math adoption, has materials associated with those that we can use for baseline testing. And for courses that are that we don't have up-to-date materials, ELA, for example, our curriculum specialist will work with Mr. Charbonnet and his department and our test item banks to develop baseline assessment to give teachers the information they need to know to address those gaps that we're talking about earlier, and know what the students need to access the grade level standards.
Okay. All right. You gave us a lot. Thank you, Ms. Wise. And finally, I want the public to know that who might be listening, that my son teaches in the Alachua County School District. I really don't want him to return to his school. He loves his job and he loves his family. However, he needs to work. He needs his job, like so many teachers have stated through emails and everything. But safety is a major issue for his health as well as mine. I want folk to know I'm dealing with the same types of things that you are. And if I had it in my power and could afford to keep him and his children, I would do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Roy?
Dr. Neely.
Ms. Roy?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Two things. I have about 10, but I'm not going to do that. I have two, though. Mr. Kaplan asked us a few things. He asked if any of us called Tallahassee. Was that the gentleman? Yeah,
Yes,
I called
sir.
Tallahassee 5 times last week. I talked to people at FEA. I talked to 2 of the lobbyists. I'm trying to get a hold of Andrew Spar, the vice president. I called the Florida School Boards Association. What do I need? What are we standing? So we can go ahead and try to get to change it. So yes, I have been busy trying to get to Tallahassee, and I'm sure the rest of you. I don't know. I know you. The rest of you have been in Tallahassee too. So I just want to answer that. PK Young. People aren't going to like this, but I just don't see it. Their plan. I read their plan. And Mrs. Clark, correct me, but they put a bunch of students from different courses in one room together. And then they might put 1 or 2 teachers, and then they stayed there all day. They had the one thing I liked, they got the lunches delivered to the classes. But I said, I'm trying to imagine this with 29,000 students instead of 1,150 like they have. So yes, I looked at it, and if somebody could come back to me and tell me this is why it's such a great plan, it's welcome to call me. I didn't see it. I didn't see a great plan for a 29,000 student school district. 1,150, and they had half of them at home, so 550 in the school. But or did they all come to the school? I can't remember that. But the thing about it is, when they said to me, they put all these different kids, they might have different courses in there at the same time. And then one person, even though they were getting taught, I guess, with the computer, I was having trouble visualizing that. So, I didn't see it for our district, but I did read about it. And because after everybody said something about it, I said, well, we need to look at it and see what it's like. I remember when I told you the other day, Ms. Roy, that I read about PK. You can get it on their website. Those 2 things. And, I got other things, but I've already been kept my welcome here. So let other people talk.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hyatt.
I had a question for Mr. Rella. And could you tell us the percentage of our budget that's used on personnel? So we're talking about salaries and benefits.
Right, so that percentage is pretty consistent. This year it was 79%. I think the year before that it was 78, but we've seen increases in insurance costs and FRS. So we're at 79%. Go ahead and round that up to 80.
Okay, thank you. And so, you know, when we talk about money, you know, it's not like we're, you know, making investments to have money. This is what it costs to run a system. And what I understand from Mr. Rella's presentation earlier is that immediately we would lose 1,100 jobs. And we're not talking about teacher layoffs yet. Now, is that in any way equivalent to health? I don't think it is. But I think in going ahead, we need to know, again, when we're talking transparency, we need to know what the truth is on that. If you know, if we're not allowed, if we wouldn't have bus drivers, and we wouldn't have a whole number of folks that Mr. Rella mentioned. So I think that's troubling. But and again, going back to the spring, as the governor made the decision in the first executive order, we want to keep people employed. We're going to pay them regardless. And I thought that our district did a wonderful job of utilizing many people to make life better for our families and children. But anyway, I thought that is worth bringing up. Now, another school in town that's a small school, Oak Hall. Now, Superintendent Clark, could you, my understanding is they're not doing any digital. Could you speak to that?
Honestly, Mr. Hyatt, no, I have not paid much attention to exactly what Oak Hall's doing because they don't have all the same, you know, kind of criteria and parameters that we have to operate.
Okay.
So, you know, they obviously a small school, as you mentioned, but being a private school, they are not subject to all the same things that we are. So I haven't.
Well, I'll withdraw that question. Thank you.
Okay.
And also I wanted to mention now would be a good time, and they don't have to do this without prompting, because I know they all lead very busy lives, but I would like, and I will personally call these people tomorrow, and I hope everyone, other board members will do this as well. Senator Perry and Representative Clemens, and I know that he's involved in a campaign for a different office, but Representative Watson, if they could use their good offices and their influence in Tallahassee to make our case. Now, we're going to have to obviously tell them what our case is, but you know, all three of these folks, and I obviously don't agree with all of them all the time, but I've never not had a call taken. I've never been stiffed at the office. So I think we can, let's try to get everyone involved in supporting us. And for our county commission and our city commission, we're talking about Gainesville. You know, I'm very, as a citizen, I'm very pleased by both the county commission and the city commission. I think being proactive with the COVID situation, doing better than a lot of areas, and there's certainly things they could do. But, you know, money doesn't grow in trees for them either. And, you know, if they could help us out in some way toward a wider digital footprint, that would be great. If they could use their individual influence to influence people, the DOE, I don't know what that would be, but I appreciate any support for what we decide. And I wanted to at least close out for now, saying that I so appreciate Dr. McNeely's last comments, because you know, we're all in a position where we've got family, close friends, you know, that are feeling this unease is not a right, is too weak a word, feeling the anxiety over this situation. You know, I have two grandchildren in Polk County. They're going back to brick and mortar. As I think I said earlier, I wasn't consulted on that, but they're doing that. And there are many parents who want that for their kids here. We've got to mitigate every situation we can. And I don't disagree with folks or with Dr. McNeely when she says it's likely. I think she says we will be shutting down. But that's why we have to have all our ducks in a row, all our protocols clear. And I think I will certainly not only do I want to call our legislative folks, but my one connection in DOE, I'll work on that. I've tried. I've worked like Dr. Paulson. I've contacted people, and I'm working hard on that. I think we need to get this passed to solidify what DOE is asking for, and that in no way will stop us during the next month for making changes, from responding to current situations. And I think the superintendent has been clear on that, that we're going to know what's going on. So I do want to thank the superintendent. I want to thank our staff, our principals, all of whom have worked very hard, worked on weekends, worked late nights. I want to thank my fellow board members for the really incisive questions tonight. Every one of them was important. Every question was important. And you know, we have a great community because we have a passionate involvement from so many people. And my last thing is, any difficulty we have as a board, it's harder for parents, it's harder for teachers and ESPs. And so we have to keep trying to do what's right and do our best. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Your remarks are always gracious and to everyone. Other people, I have not heard too much from Ms. Certain or Dr. Paulson. Do you want to have anything
heard too much from me
to say? I heard a few things from you, but you say, well, you did say two things. Okay. Ms. Certain, do you have anything?
I've said what I need to say. I had a couple questions, but I can wait because I think they're really detail oriented. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, I will say that I certainly agree that we need to know about the medical situation. We need to know what phase we're in. I heard Mr. Rella say we're barely in phase 2. What does that mean? The thing is, everyone has said we need to be more transparent. I think we need daily updates on the coronavirus situation so that we know. I think that the employees need to know, and the public, parents need to know, and teachers, of course, everyone needs to know. So that's one thing. And I think Ms. Certain spoke to that, and also Mr. Hyatt. I want to make sure that if we were, and as many people have said, to refuse to do the brick and mortar, just defy the governor. And you know, some of the South Florida counties have gotten leave to do that. They've gotten permission to do that. But I think I heard Mr. Morello say that one county in South Florida dismissed hundreds of employees. Hundreds.
Broward.
How much? Broward. Okay. And, you know, we're a smaller community than Broward, and county, I should say, smaller population. Think of what the awful situation for our employees if we had to let them go without pay. And, you know, as if we did have to close and go I mean, come back, well, after this subsides, hopefully by the second semester, we would need those people back again. But this community, never mind the individuals, cannot afford to lose hundreds of employees. I mean, that would just be dreadful, dreadful. So we have to pass this plan. One of the elements of the Digital Academy template is, as I said earlier, we have to check that box that says we are opening a brick and mortar school. So I hope that despite people's, you know, fears about the plan, and I have them too. I don't know how a teacher can possibly teach a class and at a brick and mortar and also stream a lesson to children at home. I think that someone needs to reach out to the Gainesville High teacher who is, as she said, teaching a singleton, and explain to her how this could work better for her and to try to solve the problems that she mentioned tonight. So I hope someone will do that. But I just want to be cognizant of the fact that many people depend on a job with the school board of Alachua County. They would be devastated to lose that job, and the community would be devastated. And we just do not want to go there. Like Mr. Hyatt said, and he always scoops me and says it more eloquently than I could, I just want to thank everyone who called in. And, you know that they were very unhappy with us, some of them. I think a lot of questions were answered tonight by our staff and by Superintendent Clark. You know, some of the things I wondered about, who's going to teach the parents and the students how to use COVID? And that was addressed tonight. And so a lot of the things that were brought up that I myself didn't know the answer to were, so I thought it was a very productive evening. I thought every board member's comments were right on and addressing the concerns that our employees have. And, you know, this is not perfect. Everybody knows that. It is not perfect. And as Ms. Clark says, these are problems that are faced by everyone in the state of Florida who has to adhere to the mandate. But I'm reading the New York Times and finding that the same things that we are answering in all our emails and phone calls are the same things that other districts in Virginia and Maryland and other states are also having to answer. So, yeah, I appreciate everyone's. My children, my grandchildren are going back to school in Chicago, brick and mortar. I don't know if there's a digital option available, but they're going back to brick and mortar. And, you know, everyone is concerned about their families, as I am. So thank you, everyone. And I would have the superintendent perhaps read the recommended action and have a motion and a second and a vote.
Ma'am,
I think we already have a motion.
Sure, yeah, we do have a
Did
motion.
we have a motion? It's been so many hours, I forgot. Okay. So are we ready to vote?
I guess my question is I think earlier I made note, you said that you were going to come back. Was there anybody else with questions at the end for citizens? If I understood you, or maybe I misunderstood you.
Oh, no, you didn't. But Mr. Moore, do we have anybody?
No, when we took care of it all so that we didn't do that break in between.
Yeah, we went longer than I had anticipated, but other than that, I thought it worked very well. You know, hopefully if people listened, they heard some of their concerns addressed. All right, we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed to the motion?
Aye.
All right. I hear 4 votes for and 1 against, and the motion passes 4-1. Thank you, everyone. And I don't see anything else on the agenda, so I will adjourn this meeting.
Just, Ms. Roy, just before you adjourn the meeting, I don't want us to close with that, with it thinking that we've passed this and that there's nothing else to be done, because after your comments, it was kind of, I got the impression that we're saying like, oh, what was said here tonight by staff, Superintendent Clark and staff, like that wraps it all up nice and tight. There's still a lot of unknowns and a lot of things. So I don't want anybody, you know, the public to think, oh, this is a done deal. This is still Jello. It's very fluid. It sounds like it. This has got to go how these assurances that are in here and this template that's going to be submitted to the state. There's still a lot that has to be done. How we're going to carry this out day to day, and how staff, you know, our teachers and all, and what we'll do to carry this out day to day in each of those teaching platforms. So I don't want us to log off and you adjourn the meeting and we leave here thinking, oh, what was said tonight, like that's it, and everything was great and wonderful, and we don't have anything else to do, because there's still a lot of work to be done, in my eyes. And so,
okay, I agree with you. I mean, Ms. Certain, I said this is not a perfect plan, as I think I did say that. Dr. Paulson stressed several times that this is the beginning of something that we can work on and address the details that are problematic and troublesome to people.
Can I repeat something, Mrs.
I
Rowe?
don't think anybody ever suggested it was perfect and that everything was neatly tied up. I don't think that was the message at all. And I just want to assure you,
Ms. Roy.
I don't think anybody. Yes, sir.
This is how I started out. And after hopefully get approved July 31. This does not mean everything is set. We will continue to work on the plan. That's what I opened it up with.
I know you did. I know you did. So, no, everything wasn't tied up neatly. I agree. And not all questions were addressed. And not everything is known.
Right.
there's a lot of unknowns that we just have to wait and see what's coming down. Anything else? All right, then. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.